It's my fault. I am very, very sad for this problem, but my mail is not my usual mail, and now I am helped. But Goons, thank you too very much, and sorry to everybody for my especially problem with with my connection. So it's very important today to be together because it's the fourth time that we are at the beginning of new era. We organize this Congress, and I have to thank you a lot of person before Edmondo Grassi and Tom and all scientific committee worked very hard to select almost 17 or 18 paper arrived. This is our possibility to understand how many persons are interested to our job. And this is our common successful idea. Today we are speaking of a new important argomento, tema, field of our way of life and of our possibility to think the world. We put together imaginary and technology from a lot of time at the beginning of our world. The human people change his way to be in the world for the technology. Before the fire, it was different. Before the iron, it was different. And each time we have a new technology, our way of life is changed. For this reason, today, the possibility to have a discussion, and this is really for me, I hope for you, very important day, is to bring the possibility for technology and our fairy tale, because the idea, the beginning of the world, as Platone says, is the marvelous, is the possibility to understand the world in another way. And fairy tales are this role in our society. So I am very, very happy to be with you. And I can promise you that after this day and the next months, we can have, just a minute, I have to show you. Another book as this, because last year we work about from myth to fairy tales, the role of fantastic animals in collective imaginary, and this book is our collective work. And if you want, we can send you some copies if you write us. Today, we discuss with AI, with the technology, and with the impossibility for a human to forget imaginary, to become day by day more human than we are today. So I give now the word to our president, because nothing it will be possible without Fondazione Collodi. And today for me is a big honor to have here Mr. Pierfrancesco Bernacchi, that is here to give you, to say you good work and have a good journey in imaginary world with us. Thank you. Grazie, Francesco.
Buongiorno, Marina.
Good morning, Marina.
Ciao.
Posso?
Sì, devi.
Oggi è il 26 ottobre e siamo qui per commemorare l'anniversario della morte di un uomo, di un grande uomo, non saprei definirlo altrimenti, che oltre ad essere stato un grande scrittore, è stato anche un combattente nel Risorgimento italiano, un giornalista importante di un quotidiano del tempo, un critico teatrale, lo stimolatore, lo definisco così, della corrente dei macchiaioli, di cui hanno fatto parte molti artisti, diventati poi famosi, che hanno ispirato la corrente dell'impressionismo. Prego.
We are here to commemorate, to celebrate the anniversary of the death of a man, of a great man, who, beyond being a great writer, was a fighter of Italian Risorgimento, a very famous journalist, a theater critic, and a critic of the Macchiaioli paintings, Macchiaioli painters, and many of these Macchiaioli painters have been very famous, and they inspired Impressionism. And this man, when he was close to
L'uomo Carlo Collodi, in prossimità della fine della sua vita, ha avuto la capacità di scrivere una fiaba che è diventata un capolavoro mondiale, perché quella fiaba racconta la storia della società del tempo, ebbene si adatta a tutti i luoghi del mondo, sia nelle diverse civiltà che nelle diverse religioni. La fondazione che ne è nata attraverso la fiaba di Pinocchio è stata utilizzata prima per insegnare ai ragazzi a leggere e a scrivere, poi per combattere l'analfabetismo di ritorno e poi ancora per stimolare negli adolescenti l'acquisizione di quei contenuti nelle varie discipline.
So this man who are celebrating today, when he was close to the end of his life, was able to write a fairy tale that became a worldwide classic, because this fairy tale tells the story of the society of its time, but it is also able to adapt, it can be adapted to any place of the world, regardless of the different civilization and religions. The Collodi Foundation, who was born after the fairy tale of Pinocchio, has been used first to teach children to write and read. Then the foundation was important to fight against illiteracy, and then to help young people to acquire knowledge in different disciplines.
Una recente ricerca che la Fondazione ha condotto insieme all'Università per Stranieri di Perugia e alla Università locale di Pistoia, con la collaborazione dell'Istituto dell'Enciclopedia Italiana, ha portato a far sì che con questo volume di oltre 600 pagine, che ha indagato tutti i luoghi del mondo nei 5 continenti, abbiamo potuto dimostrare che Pinocchio è stato tradotto in 669 lingue e dialetti, e quando a fine maggio abbiamo fatto a Roma, all'Università, all'Enciclopedia Italiana, abbiamo dovuto constatare che a un mese dalla pubblicazione di questo libro così importante era già superato, perché nel frattempo, nell'arco di un mese, si erano aggiunte altre lingue, altri idiomi e dialetti. Questo significa che Pinocchio ancora oggi è un libro moderno, attuale, e che viene utilizzato e riconosciuto ancora di più oggi, prima ancora che allora.
So recently, the Collodi Foundation presented a research that was made along with the University of Perugia and the local university in Pistoia. This research led to a publication called Atlante Pinocchio, and demonstrated that Pinocchio has been translated 669 times in 192 languages and dialects. But when we presented the research at the end of May, we realized that this research is constantly in progress, because already there were new translations underway. And this demonstrates that Pinocchio is a modern book.
Bene si dice nella presentazione del convegno di oggi che ad ogni innovazione tecnologica corrisponde il cambiamento di vita della società, dalla conservazione del fuoco all'uso della ruota e correndo fino per adesso sconosciute potenzialità dell'intelligenza artificiale, si è modificato e si modifica ancora il modo di vivere delle persone e di fare e di agire degli individui.
So the presentation of this conference appropriately states that for any technological innovation, there is a change in the life of humanity. This happened when men started to use fire, when they started to use the wheel, and this leads us until the new possibilities, mostly still unknown, given by artificial intelligence. And anytime in these cases, there is a modification of the way of life, of thinking of people.
L'opera della Fondazione è sempre stata molto attenta a seguire e direi anche in molti casi a stimolare i cambiamenti di vita della società, però lo fa ancora mai dimenticando quelli che rimangono indietro. Prego.
So the work that the Collodi Foundation does is always careful to follow and stimulate changes in the life of society, but the Collodi Foundation does that never forgetting those who stay behind.
Nelle centinaia di progetti che abbiamo sviluppato nel tempo e che ancora oggi, forse ancora di più, continuiamo a sviluppare nei 5 continenti, siamo sempre stati molto attenti alle nuove scoperte e adottando voglio dire, le tecniche che la scienza ci mette a disposizione, ma il nostro sguardo, appunto, dicevo, non ha mai dimenticato e confermo quelli che rimangono indietro.
So in the Collodi Foundation is always busy in always takes care of hundreds of projects around the world, and for all these projects that are developed in all the continents, the Collodi Foundation has always paid attention to the new discoveries, and use the new tools that science gives us, always paying attention to the people who stay behind.
Ne è prova l'ultima ricerca che c'è stata recentemente riconosciuta e approvata, che stiamo conducendo in 5 paesi dell'Africa, nei 5 paesi più poveri. Parlo del Sudafrica, della Namibia, del Botswana, dello Zimbabwe e del Mozambico, dove ci sono ancora tantissimi analfabeti e dove l'abbandono scolastico è altissimo.
And as an example of what I'm saying, I would like to mention a project that the Collodi Foundation is working on in Africa, in some of the poorest countries in Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and South Africa, where there are still many illiterate people, and where many children abandon schools early.
è vero, torniamo lì semplicemente a insegnare a leggere e a scrivere, ma è certo che seguiremo il lavoro semplice come un tempo si faceva, ma oggi utilizzando tutti quegli strumenti che la tecnologia ci ha fornito e che sicuramente l'intelligenza artificiale, che è l'oggetto di questo convegno, certamente ci darà.
So for this project that I've been mentioning in Africa, what we are going to do is keep teaching children to read and write, but this is done using and exploiting the new tools that technology gives us and that artificial intelligence is giving us, and surely it will give us, as this conference is going to discuss.
Vi auguro quindi buon lavoro, con l'augurio che in futuro un convegno importante come questo si possa fare direttamente nelle terre di Carlo Lorenzini, cioè a Collodi, in modo che avrete anche la possibilità di vedere materialmente questo parco e i contenuti di questo parco che stiamo costruendo. Grazie e buon lavoro.
I wish good work to you, hoping that in the future there will be another conference where maybe all of you can come here in Collodi to see the land of Carlo Collodi, of Pinocchio, and to see the park that has been built and that is the new park that is in preparation.
Bene, mi conduce.
So,
Okay, thank you very much. And I think now we can begin our important work together.
so yes, thank you, President Bernacchi. Thank you, Professor D'Amato. And I'm Edmondo Grassi. Good morning, everyone. And I am the director, the scientific director of the European Fairy Tale Route. And first of all, I want to apologize with you all for the technical issues, but we are doing the best to manage this delay. And as a first reference to our speakers, please know that one speaker is absent from the first session. So we have 30 minutes providing us like a buffer for recovery. So thank you so much for your patience, and welcome to this conference. And first of all, we have to to thank those who supported us in these during these months for the organization. First of all, AIS, the Teorie Sociologiche e Trasformazioni Sociali from the Associazione Italiana di Sociologia, and then the GT12 Récits, Fiction, Culture et Société de les élèves, l'Association internationale des sociologues françaises, and then the San Raffaele University of Rome. And I want to say, and I want to address a special thank to Vardui Baloyan and Patrick Ryan, because we worked together to ensure the success of this call, of this conference, and we worked on the theme of this conference. So, as my colleague said, during this the themes focuses on the relationship between the imaginary, in this context represented by myths, fairy tales, and all the fantastic products and production, and it's we can say in this soluble relationship with technology. Understood as a network of devices necessary for the existence of the human being. The idea was born about a year ago, reflecting on the immanence of the technology in the life of the individual and at the same time of our societies, and how this concept has been transported into the narration of the imaginary world to pass it down over time according to the perspective that it is possible to tell the story of humanity through that of its techno-scientific progress. I want to talk about a very short speech, and I would like to reflect on the key concept that will accompany us during this conference, because we have the necessity to trace how can I say, a reference cartography that will allow us to understand where we are setting sail from in the direction to still unknown destinations, towards an adventure based on curiosity, research, and transdisciplinary exchange. I think that the structural grammar needed to understand this root, this association, is that of the imaginary in its how can I say, in its key as the foundation of subjectivity and community, as well as global cultures. Imagination is the primary search on the human capacity to project into the past and at the same time to speculate on the future, playing a crucial role in the construction of systems of communication, comparisons, and narration of everyday events that, not finding an immediate place in the sphere of reason, are placed in that of the imagination. Its dual nature, capable of evoking both what has been and what could be, makes it a dynamic and transformative force. Capable of transcending the immediate constraints of perception and articulating a vision of the world. We can say that imagination is also the engine that fuels empathy. For example, it allows us to imagine perspective different from our own, helping to build what Taylor defined as the common horizon of understanding. In this horizon, the mythopoetic universes of every world culture are placed as representative of structures of meaning that, crossing different time and different kind of institutions, have provided and provide answers to the deepest questions of human existence. Myth, as well fairy tale, as well fables, is not only narration, but a primary search of explanations of the world through which to reflect on social, metaphysical, and at the same time techno-scientific meanings. As Eliot argues, myth is the exemplary model of all significant human activity. It means that imaginary shapes values, guides choices, proposes ideas, and builds identities. Through myths and imagination and fairy tales, humanity not only reflects on itself and the world, but undertakes developmental paths that find their inspiration and justification in these narratives. We can say that this kind of meanings, of issues, of tools, they are like archetypal manifestation of the search of meaning and order in the world. In every age, in every place, these mythopoetic universe have provided the basis for addressing the fundamental question of existence. For example, from death to birth, from knowledge to morality. In this sense, myth is never a rigid structure, but an active memory to reenact archetypes and values to make them relevant in the present. I want to evoke another figure. For example, if we think to fairy tales and mythology, we can say that we have a lot of common themes, and common necessity to to understand the world. What is important in the ability to create fictions is the ability to create collective fictions. So it's not only for something for only us, on our own, but for the community, for the society. So fiction that everyone believes in. These collective fairy tales, for example, allow people who have never met and who otherwise would have nothing in common to cooperate under shared assumptions and goals. There are some spaces and counterspaces in imaginary, and I'm referring to fairy tales, traditions, and myths, in which the individual has also tried to explain his propensity for progress, for improving his living condition, for overcoming limits and boundaries, and for example, that seems to be for the exclusive use of divinities, fantastic creators, and unmanageable entities. We can evoke, for example, the figures of Wayland the blacksmith, a mythological figure from Norse tradition, or at the same time the Lady Blanche, that they are French spirits from fairy tales, or in non-European context, we can think to African mythology of the trickster Anansi, or the spirit from Japan, the Kitsune. They are examples that in fairy tales, in myths, and in our tradition, technical progress are connected in an immanent way to our everyday life. With the advent of technology, the meanings have changed, expanded, and adapted, because in the past we decided to use fairy tales and myths to understand, for example, our feelings, our propension to divinities, and something like that. But every day, digital technology and technology in its more wider expression is a representation and mutation of these archetypes through code and interaction with digital environments. Mythopoiesis, the process of creating myths, continues, but it has moved from sacred text and oral narration to digital languages and algorithm codes that shapes digital worlds. One of the best example to connect the past and the future is through imagination, is through the novel of Neil Gaiman, American Gods, because all the old gods meet the new gods, modern representation of technological power, media, and consumerism. They clash and influence each other. And in the novel, the old gods' personifications of myths that represents humanity's primal desires and fears find themselves in conflict with the new gods of technology, internet, television, and consumer and global culture. Here, Gaiman enlightens how the old myths are not simply replaced, but rather transformed and repurposed to meet contemporary needs and obsession. I want to conclude my intervention. It was a little bit longer, but we have not so much time. What I want to say is that techno-scientific innovation finds in fairy tales, in myth, in our tradition, and in contemporary fantastic narratives, a fertile, rounded ground for imagination and symbolism. As Berthes points out, myth is an open structure that can incorporate new meanings and symbols, adapting to contemporary context. Ultimately, the imaginary, myth-making, fairy tales, the uncanny, remain fundamental not only as narrative tools, but as model of orientation that accompany and enrich human progress. They provide a symbolic grammar through which to understand, criticize, and orient cultural and technological transformations. So we can say that the construction of imaginary worlds is not an error of human thought, but a practical need that is impossible to ignore and through which to discover new universes. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Edmondo. So now?
Yes, now we can start with our session. As we said before in the communication, we have two sections. The speakers for section 1 have to stay in this room. Speakers of section 2 have to use the other link. I think that in this moment is like a little break. I want to say good morning to Lusine Madatyan. I'm sorry if I make mistakes for your names, and you have to correct me, and I say sorry before.
Quite
Welcome.
right. Quite right.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm very excited and pleased to be part of this conference. I'm from
Thank you so much.
Armenia. And listening to you, I thought that my topic is something which finds out how our fairy tales they have basis of today's invention.
Great.
So if I can start with my presentation.
Yes, just one moment, because I want to say hi to all the group of section 1. So we give time to people in section 2 to reorganize and to move from this room to the other. So I can say, and I can say hi to every one of you. Then we have Isabella Maria Zoppi. I see her, she's connected.
Yes,
Okay,
I am.
Yeah. Okay, thank you
We
so
don't
much.
see you.
And good morning.
We have your
cannot see
voice,
you.
but not your face. Isabella, si faccia vedere.
Okay, yes. Okay. Thank you so much.
Grazie, buongiorno.
Then we have Fiorenza Beluzzi and Viviana Condorelli.
Good morning.
Okay.
Buongiorno,
Thank
Viviana. Benvenuti.
Thank you.
Then Richard Grange, but I cannot see him. Maybe we have other 30 minutes to manage the first delay, or maybe he will come later. And then for this section, I'm sorry, I have only your name, your surname, I think, Viseu. Okay.
That's fine. Viseu is
okay.
fine.
Could you
What's your
remember
first
us
name?
your name?
Anna.
Anna,
Anna,
thank you so
easy.
much.
Thank you.
Yes, that is a better way.
Yes, if you agree with me, I think that we can use our names to talk and to connect with each other, because I want to do something more, how can I say, horizontal. We don't need our titles and so on. So, okay. Okay, I think that it's okay for you all. So, we give time to people to move from this room to the other one. And if you agree, we can start all together. So every one of us, every one of you could present your speech. And then in the end, we can make a discussion all together. So we can create a dialogue between us. Okay. So, Lusine is correct. Is with the okay. Yes, Lusine. Thank you so much. So the floor is yours, and thank you for coming in this conference.
Yes. Thank you also for listing me in this conference. Now, may I share my presentation?
Yes, I think that you can, right? because you're...
Yes, I have permission.
Okay, yes, I can see it.
So,
great.
The title of my research paper is Slow Flow of Time in Armenian and British Folktales. So the present paper aims to investigate deviations of time deviations of time, particularly slow passage of time in Armenian and British counterparts. To carry out this research, we have drawn parallels between scientific discoveries and the work nature of time in the folktales of these two cultures. For centuries, human beings have tried to understand and control time, to speed it up or slow it down, even to stop it. These manifestations of human imagination are reflected in folktales. There are specific, I'm very sorry. They are specific texts which have their own rules for performing actions. Unreal and supernatural elements are intrinsic to the genre. In folk narratives, there is a clear emphasis on human perspective regarding the existence of other world and other temporal slope. It is important to note that in folktales, human beings describe their conceptions of time, while exact sciences provide their own explanation. Just I cannot turn the... do you see my screen?
Yes, very well.
The slide is going.
Beautiful photo. Okay.
The slide is on, yeah?
Yes.
From time to time, I slide to my notes, not to... Yeah.
No, we can see the second slide. Second slide, scientific parallels to folktale time.
Just sometimes I turn to my notes. Is it okay? The slide is kept. Okay. So to begin with scientific presentation of time, it is important to highlight Einstein's special and general theory of relativity, which can be considered as a turning point of understanding of time. According to special theory of relativity, time is not stable. It can change. This thesis contradicted to Newton's hypothesis that time is unchanging. Later, with general theory of relativity, Einstein proposed another way of observing time. As stated in his theory, the flow of time slows down as one moves away from the Earth, from the center of gravity. Hence, depending on the increase in the speed of the spacecraft and the decrease in the force of gravitational force, the passage of time in space differs from the time on the Earth. The scientific explanation of the time difference between space and the Earth coincides with the world and the other world of folk narratives, particularly in tales classified ATU 470. Time is depicted differently in the two realms of folktales, often as an exaggerated reflection of the aforementioned scientific investigations. Generally, the deviations of time flow in folktales are prerequisite of the genre. It manifests both instantaneously and slowly. Consequently, two time zones are created within the framework of the tale. One of them is the so-called this world, where the flow of time carries elements characteristic of real time. And in the other world, time slows down to an unprecedented degree. In the other world, time gets a special supernatural cause. It slows down where protagonists go to fulfill their duties. Folktales of ATU 470, called Friends and Life and in Life and Death, can be considered more or less an alternative interpretation of the recent scientific discoveries of mankind. In this regard, it is worth discussing the experiment conducted by NASA in 2015, which aimed to discover the changes that occur in the human body while in space. The retired astronaut brothers Scott and Mark Kelly became participants in the experiment. Generally, the main purpose of this research is not the study of time, but as human aging is related to the passage of time, so it can be a direct scientific basis for our research. As part of this experiment, one of the brothers, Scott Kelly, spent a year in space. While in the spaceship, his telomeres, the protective cups at the ends of chromosomes responsible for youth, became elongated. This means that Scott Kelly's aging has slowed down in space. However, within 48 hours back on the Earth, his elongated telomeres quickly returned to typical length. Some became even shorter than they were before flight. Thus, the results of the research prove that time really does not have the same passage as it does on the Earth. And the aging characteristics of human physiology can have a different course in space and on the Earth. A similar temporal difference between these and the other world depicted in folktales seem to be a trick to interpret the mystery of time in the early years of mankind before all these discoveries. In the Armenian tales of magic, there are 9 variants of these tales. Let me exemplify one of them. The story of King Iskandar is a typical example of the slow passage of time. In the narrative, the king's son seeks immortality and sets out to find it. He appears in the world of immortals with the help of a dove. Here he meets a woman who offers him to marry her daughter and stay in the land of immortals as long as he wants. As we see in the passage quoted on the screen, Iskandar lives in this country for 4 or 5 years, then decides to return to his homeland, unaware that 500 years have passed there. Despite the preconditions set by the woman, Iskandar gives the apples to those who need them more. Each time he gives away an apple, he feels himself growing older. In the tale, it is said that the apples represent his life. Losing them means losing his life. Disheartened, the protagonist decides to leave his homeland and return to the world of immortals. However, nothing can be changed. As he makes his way back, he grows even older and eventually dies. In the tale, the magical helper dove that transports the protagonist to the world of the immortals has polysemous use in Armenian folktale. It symbolizes the Holy Spirit. It has the role of transporting the hero from the folktale to underworld. In this tale, we think the use of a pigeon may also be due to the fact that the road can be overcome more quickly by a dove than by a horse, based on the difficult Armenian mountainous landscape. The loss of the 3 apples as a means of returning to the folk tale's real-time zone is similar to the dove. The apple has multiple roles in Armenian folktales. It is quite comprehensive in terms of meaning and symbolism. The apple is a fruit in immortality, longevity, and life-giving, as well as a symbol of marriage and female maturity. However, the opposite happens in the tale, the story of King Iskandar. The protagonist dies when he gives up his 3 apples to save the others. This is a typical example of antagonism. The other world where the protagonists go can be conventionally called the eternally young world. According to its function, the heroes who enter this world remain young and do not age. However, when they return to the real world of the folktale, the time rules governing the eternally young world are neutralized, and the heroes face a significant time difference, often more than 100 years. Tales of ATU 470 are common in British folktales as well. An example of such a motif is the following Irish tale, all seen in Dear Nanog. The protagonist of the tale the great warrior. Osim falls in love with a woman named Niam, who suddenly appears on a white horse and travels with her to the world of Tinano. Osi is very happy there, but after a while he starts to miss his family and friends. He decides to visit them, promising to return soon. On Niami's stipulation, Osim was not to touch Irish land. When he returns to his homeland, he sees that everything has changed. He cannot find his parents' house. People look smaller and weaker. To Osim's astonishment, the people gathered there say that his father and the powerful warriors called Fianna, he was also a member of them, lived 300 years ago. However, the hero accidentally falls down. As soon as he touches the ground, he ages for 300 years, as we see in the passage quoted on the screen. Thus, the protagonist, having spent so much time in the other world, has not aged at all. The passage of time has had no impact on him, and he has not been affected by physiological rules, as time does not work in the same way for a person in a spacecraft as it does on the Earth. When examining this tale, we cannot but to take into consideration the function of the horse as a means of entering and returning to the other world, which is an example of synecdoche. As already mentioned at the beginning of the tale, there is no mention of going to another world, but it can be assumed by the use of a horse. Based on the background knowledge that Eurasian methodology, the horse has the function of an animal that transports gods or goddesses from one world to another. Another example of synecdoche is the hero touching the ground. It is not only a means of returning to this world, a real time zone, but it also carries the popular notion that man starts from the earth and becomes the earth. On the one hand, the time different and instantaneous aging depicted in Armenian and British folktales above can be preserved as an exaggeration, making the story more emphatic and impressive. On the other hand, they can be interpreted as an alternative and imaginative way of explaining scientific insights into the mysterious phenomenon of time. Also, it is interesting that in a number of British tales, the flow passage of time is ensured by supernatural beings, fairies. Such plots are common in Ashley Mann's called tales entitled Abducted by Aliens. In the following folktale, A Visit to Fairyland, the hero appears in the world of fairies, where the flow of time is not the same as in real-time zone. It moves slowly, and it even seems as if the time had stopped in that world. In the quoted passage, we can clearly identify the description of the time difference. The time has passed extremely slowly in the land of fairies. When the hero returns from that land, he discovered that a significant amount of time has passed, whereas the protagonist thinks that 7 years have passed in the land of fairies. Fairies are common and characteristic of British folktales, but not in Armenian folktales. That is to say, when they take the heroes to another world, we have no connection. We never have any fairies in Armenian folktales which take the protagonist to another world. But in British, it is common and characteristic. Generally, they have a special place and role in British folktale narratives in general. Referring to time rules in folktales, let me skip this file as well, this slide. Referring to the time, yes, just I'm summarizing. Referring to a time rule in folktale, Jason in his monography mentioned about types of time of folktales, human and marvelous. But analyzing the folktales, we, however, based on the result of our analysis, we believe that such a slow passage of time and instantaneous aging in folktales that we have studied correspond to the concept of demonic time. The latter, Jason says, that is typical time feature of a legend, but based on the fact that legend is a part of folktale, the penetration of the time course typical of the legend is possible in the other folklore genres. As in folktales, in this time zone, time moves very slowly, and the hero who appears here does not age. But when protagonists return to human world, the real time zone, they immediately age. So we believe that in folktales of ATU 470, there are not 2 but 3 distinct time zones: human, marvelous, and demonic, which we call real time zone, unreal time zone, and demonic time zone. As a result of parallel analysis of the general theory of relativity and time deviation in folktales indexed under ATU 470, it becomes clear that human beings have always consciously or unconsciously sought answers to seemingly unsolved questions, which were expressed in folktales without knowledge of scientific achievements and natural phenomena. People in these tales subconsciously separated this and the other world by assigning them different time flows. As noted above, from the perspective of astrophysics, this separation mirrors the distinction in time between Earth and the universe.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you,
Fantastic
Lusine.
idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
I learn.
Okay.
Thank you for your speech, and it's very interesting because you give us another perspective, another point of view from 2 different kind of culture, Armenian and British folk tales. So for us, it could be very interesting. And then I will have a question for you about this. So thank you so much. But
I'm very, very sorry. One thing that I really have a problem to being here present, because I don't know, from my workplace, they appointed a training that I'm not able to skip. I asked the trainer, I took a permission for 40 minutes to be present here. That's why I ask you if it is possible to provide me with the recordings. The titles that I have read, I'm greatly interested the topics that will be discussed here. And if it isn't difficult, another thing, please, if you have questions, I will be very happy to answer your questions. And this can be very great contribution for my future research. If it is, just do an exception. I know that you wanted to discuss it later, but please excuse me.
No, we can understand. And if you have some issues with work, we could understand. So yes, I agree with your request, and we are here to change things in our everyday life. So I would like to ask you just one thing. Your speech is about Armenian and British folk tales, but I don't know if you can answer, but I'm curious if you know how have technological advancement or tools in storytelling, for example, written manuscripts to digital inventions impacted to the preservation and at the same time with the interpretation of the symbolism in Armenian folk tales. Because
Thank you for the question. Frankly speaking, I'm not much in it, but usually I know a lot of people who have constructed special techniques how to teach children folktales, fairy tales, not folktales. We know that folktales are not for children, fairy tales, and they have created very good resources with images, interpreting, and storytelling. this is it. But this is very good thing to preserve this custom of storytelling among young generation, especially now with a lot of cartoons. You know that children are not so tolerant. They are impatient to sit and listen. But when we mingle images, visual images on screen, and with our storytelling, with our gestures, with our movement, they really, some kindergarten teachers can integrate children more in the process of storytelling.
It was my goal when I invented, I imagine this, our collectivity, community about fairy tales, because for the reason that you explain now, it's very, very important to give the young people, the children, the basis of our culture.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you too.
I don't know if someone of the speakers have questions for Lusine. If you want, you can enter in the conversation, or if Lusine has to go, we can leave her to her work. And we know that we are recording the conference, so it could be for you amazing to attend.
We put in our website this conference.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you a lot.
So,
I'm very sorry for this quickly. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and thank you to stay with us. Have a nice day, Lusine.
Yes.
It's very nice to begin with the space and time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we can go to the second presentation. We have Isabella Maria Zoppi. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So the floor is yours, and if you want, you can share the slides and begin.
Buongiorno Isabella.
Buongiorno.
Grazie di essere qui. Che bella immagine.
So la state vedendo. Good news.
Yeah. Yeah. Per questo motivo l'ho sottolineato. Capivo l'incertezza, vai.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm talking about Techno-Universe, Imagination and Magic Wands. And I'm starting right now. I hope I'll be as quick as it is necessary to be. A close reading of the lyrics of Italian popular music reveals a significant relationship between technology and imagination that discloses much about how contemporary society perceives and describes personal relationships and social interaction. The lyrics of popular music can be a litmus test for interpreting history and the contemporary world, as well as for understanding the changes in society and culture. In a way, the songs are the witnesses of their time, interpreting its signs and trends, and to some extent shaping its narrative. In Il Regno delle Fate, the Fairy Kingdom, Max Manfredi tells of a train ride where he observes a commuter asleep with his laptop resting on his lap, people with home videos, laser pointers, and computer headphones learning how to spell out new unknown languages. These unknown languages have deep roots. Over the past 15 years, narratives about the use of smartphones and social media have echoed ancient myths. One of the most widespread is that of Narcissus, that beautiful young man who fell in love with his own reflection in a pool of water. We all know the story. Unable to look away, he eventually wasted away, consumed by his self-obsession, and transformed into a flower that bears his name. Nowadays, just walking down any city street, you can encounter countless Narcissuses gazing at their reflections in their smartphones. In Sindrome Depressiva Social Network Depression Syndrome, Marrakesh speaks to a girl and notices that when he wakes up, she's already on social media from bed, the thumb up and down on the screen. He remembers the vacation they took together. He sings, I took you to Dubai. You take skyline photos. But you are already thinking about the likes you get. Social media makes you antisocial. And you don't see it. You dissociate. You lose touch with reality. And then he accuses her of having fallen into the trap of the internet. Marracash sees the girl for who she truly is and defines her clearly. You are an extreme narcissus. A mirror isn't enough for you. And now you speak as if there's a hashtag in front of you. Hash friends, hash feeling good, hash staying late, hash affection. The girl posts a lot on social media because she wants to attract attention. But he says she would attract more his own attention if she didn't have an online diary at all. Vasco Brondi, also known as the luci della centrale elettrica, the lights of the power plant, underlines the risks of being hyper-connected through a system where everything is amplified and reverberated, successes and failures, in the name of pure entertainment, even when it comes to terrifying facts or images. Most people spend their time observing their reflections on the black screen of their smartphones, but Vasco Brondi longs for human contact. If I could see you again, if I could touch you. From the reflection of Narcissus to the mirror of Gunhild, the evil queen, the transition is brief for the Africa Unite. In their L'esercito degli occhiali a specchio, the army with mirrored glasses, they question the sense of identity and belonging in the contemporary society, themes that are becoming increasingly distant from human contact and more dependent on the likes gained on social media. In the Africa Unite's vision, every soldier in the army with mirrored glasses looks into everybody else's eyes in order to find themselves. Specchio, specchio delle mie brame, mirror, mirror on the wall. The fundamental question is to ask is this one: am I the most followed in the realm, the most clicked in the realm? In the era of hyperconnectivity, the construction of identity no longer occurs through comparison with peers, the clan, the rivals, or the rest of the world. Instead, it transforms into a spiral that twists the individual around their own navel, isolating them more and more. In the world of Italian popular music, hyperconnectivity is considered an established fact, and generally speaking, it is not regarded as a positive fact. In the techno universe depicted by the lyrics, these narratives culminate in an imagination controlled and shaped by the watchful eye of Big Brother. On one hand, the revolution brought by the smartphones offers the advantage of connecting with the world. On the other hand, it allows the world to reach you anytime and anywhere, generating moments of friction and intolerance, as Vasco Rossi sings in L'amore ai tempi del cellulare, love in the age of mobile phones. Where are you? What are you doing? Where are you going? Why? I've been calling you for hours. I can't stand this damn gadget that always finds me wherever I am. Not only can the damn gadget find you anywhere, but it can also show anyone where you are and what you're doing. In this society of images, where it matters more to be seen than to see, to be pointed out rather than to count, Caparezza bitterly wonders chi se ne frega della musica, who cares about music. It is difficult to provide an answer to this turmoil. He recognizes that his fans have a double face like Baron Ashura, a character from the anime Mazinga Z, a monstrous being, half man and half woman, which is the result of a mad experiment by the wicked Dr. Inferno, who brought to life two mummified individuals by merging them into a single body. As a monstrous being with countless heads, Caparezza's audience talks to him as if he were an older brother, a big brother, and at the same time films him in his underwear like on Big Brother. And those videos are clicked more than the official video from his label. These are the mechanisms of social media and chi se ne frega della musica, who cares about music. These suggestions are just a few of the interpretative keys that Italian popular music can offer for understanding social constructs in contemporary society. The telephone has been the protagonist of many songs through the last decades, but the perception of this device has changed over time during its transformation from a tool for vocal communication at the distance to a smartphone. Nowadays, social perception and the development of cultural identities, especially among adolescents and young adults, but not exclusively, are often shaped by the use and abuse of the internet and smartphones. Both contribute to defining the rules and boundaries of communication, interaction, personal growth, and imagination. In Italian popular songs, the smartphone, akin to a magic wand, assumes a dual role. It can be a portal, becoming the threshold that projects the Campbellian hero's journey into the infinite worlds of the multiverse, or into the infinite worlds of the multi-nightmares. Or it can assume the role of a magical helper. In fact, the mobile phone gradually becomes a keeper of memories, a witness of the times, a filter of beauty, luck, and love, a treasure chest, or a travel journal, as in that 0 from 0 to 100 sung by Baby K. While some travel only virtually through Wi-Fi, others embark on real trips in pursuit of their dream vacation. But for it to be more real than reality and to fully appreciate the palms that touch the sky, it is necessary to fill social media with photos tagged #I was there. The smartphone can be a precious keeper of memories. Cesare Cremonini, in his Al Telefono, on the phone, suggests that a picture of him can be kept forever in his girlfriend's mobile, even if he is aware that that very device holds various wasted smiles, considered on par with the pornography of feelings. But forever isn't always forever. At the end of the love story, in her Potevi fare di più, you could have done more, Arisa decides to clear the memory of her phone by deleting photos and videos of her beloved, even knowing that those images won't fade from her mind just as easily. The smartphone can be a precious keeper of memories, or it can be a potentially dangerous witness of the times, as J-Ax and Fedez sing in their Vorrei ma non posto, I would like, but I do not post. And how can our children take us seriously with the evidence we've left on Facebook over the years? Dad, who was drunk every weekend, and Mom, who threw her bra at every concert. With the rapper Ikani, the smartphone takes on the role of a treasure chest, able to monetize questo nostro grande amore, this great love of ours, through viral videos or shameless posts to sell to the best brands for thousands of euros. The hope is always to find a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow of illusion. Nowadays, the smartphone has almost become a natural extension of the contemporary cyber human, and having just one is not enough. In this society of monsters with countless heads, identities, and smartphones multiply, just as the functions of individuals multiply. So Lazza has due cellulari, 2 mobile phones, one for being a decent person, the other one, bro, not so much. And Mahmoud even has 5 of them in his Tuta gold tracksuits. But, baby, he still won't call back anyway. One is for the family calls, one is for business, one is for taking photos, one is for recording videos, and the last one, better not to ask. Talking about magic wands, as J-Ax and FedEx sing in their Vorrei ma non posto, the iPhone has taken the place of a body part, and indeed, there is a competition over who has the biggest one. As a magic wand, the smartphone can provide a wide range of filters of beauty, luck, and love. The filters work at first, but they don't have the power to last in the long run, as Schade observes in his Amore a prima insta, love at first instant. When the time comes to deepen the connection and make it 3-dimensional, he wonders where he can see the girl of his dreams in real life, where she shows herself no filter, no fake. The 3 dimensions are still necessary to build a quality relationship. Otherwise, one remains trapped in the 2-dimensionality of an Insta lover, as the one sung by Marrakesh and Gay. Love begins, develops, reaches its climax, and ends entirely within one's WhatsApp chat, because it's the era of sharing, bro. The internet creates a sort of addiction, whether we like it or not. An addiction that Max Manfredi describes with the metaphor of a gray monkey on one's shoulder in his La scimmia grigia. A gray monkey he wasn't ready to recognize. In Italian, having a monkey on one's shoulder is a slang for being a drug addict. Manfredi's gray monkey whispers fresh news to him while, on a train ride again, he observes the students, all with their mobile phones, just like the old folks, generation caught in the net, each with a monkey beside them, each with their addiction. The web engulfs, absorbs, swallows, chews, and spits out again into the net. Francesco Gabbani, in his La Rete, the net, compares it to the depths of the mind, which are rivers of pure water. Following the stream, we spend time floating in the bubble, understanding phrases that are victims of copy and paste, while we surrender to virtual emotions. We escape like fish, but in the end, we stay online every day, caught in the net. The question is, if we are fish, who is the fisher? Once the threshold is crossed, the world beyond the portal seems to suggest that the only possibility for connection between individuals is virtual, through social media. They are the only vehicle through which it is possible to create an interpersonal relationship. This is what Carol Brave implies in his photograph that he sings with Fabri Fibra and Francesca Michelini. Thousands of messages, always the same emoji. But if you don't use the social media, no one trusts you. In contemporary society, there is a widespread and transgenerational belief that a like can help turn one's life around. And that's true in a kingdom where everyone shares stories on their phones, as Fabio Rovazzi and Gianni Morandi suggesting their volare, to fly. The virtual world seems to be the only possibility for human connection for Galli as well. In his Cara Italia, Dear Italy, he defines the new weapons of the contemporary night. My WhatsApp chat looks like my Instagram love and ambition already in my starter pack. The smartphone has earned the trust of the user hero, penetrated their subconscious, and now it offers constant reassuring fantasies, symbolizing the benevolent and protective power of destiny. However, myths and songs teach us that the abuse of the power offered by the magical object can distort its function, ultimately transforming the weary hero in the official king, trapped in his own net in a wasteland where communicative projection turns into wounds of isolation, misunderstanding, deceit, and cyberbullying. At this point, the magical wand can change its nature, or maybe it just shows its true colors, and the portal risks closing, trapping the hero in darkness. No more knights, but sad soldiers who have lost their humanity, as Takagi and Keita sing with Lorenzo Fragola and Darisa in Siamo l'esercito dei selfie. We are the army of the selfie, of those who tan with the iPhone. And now we no longer have contacts, not only likes on another post. But we are aware that something isn't working, that we can go on like this. We miss each other in flesh and blood. We miss each other's hearts and bones. And that's it, folks.
Thank you so much, Isabella. It was very interesting, the connection between fairy tales, folk tales, and mythology to our culture, Italian music culture. So thank you so much. And if you can stay with us, I think we can have the Q&A section in the end. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much. Very kind and perfect timing. Amazing.
Perfect.
It was perfect. So thank you so much. And now we have Fiorenza Beluzzi and Viviana Condorelli.
Good morning.
Good morning. And you have to share your PowerPoint or just...
Yes,
okay.
just a moment.
Okay, yes, we have time. So we are relaxed and it's okay. Okay, I can see it.
Okay.
Yes, perfect.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I can start? Yes? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm excited to present our research titled Monster on Rescuers: How Pop Culture Imagery Influences the Perception of AI. This study was conducted myself, Fiorenza Beluzzi, and Viviana Condorelli. I'll be exploring how representation of AI in popular culture affect how people view and trust in AI technology, especially in generative AI. AI is becoming an integral part of our everyday lives, from virtual assistant to self-driving cars. However, how we perceive and trust AI is largely influenced by the story and image we see in the media. Think about how films like The Terminator or The Matrix paint a dystopian view of AI, while movie and Bicentennial Man or iRobot offer us even positive outlook. Our research aims to explore whether these pop culture portraits shape how we think about AI today. Okay. The goal of our research was to find out if there is a link between how AI is portrayed in the popular culture and how people perceive its trustworthiness and reliability. By analyzing a wide range of media representation, from dystopian to utopian, we wanted to assess whether these portraits have a measurable impact to attitudes toward generative AI. To investigate this, we conducted a survey using computer-assisted web interviewing approach. Our survey was divided into three main sections. First, we assessed participants' awareness and knowledge of AI. Second, we explored how pop culture influenced their views. Lastly, we gathered demographic information to see if different groups show distinctive patterns. We use both quantitative and qualitative questions to gain a full picture of their perception. In the next slides, you can see the result of the survey. The survey involved 46 participants. Of these, about 30% were female, 60 male, and the rest preferred to not disclose their gender. In terms of education, most participants had a secondary or higher education with a good mix of age from under 30 to over 50. This diversity helped us get a broader perspective on topics we were investigating. We found that participants who considered themselves highly informed about AI were more likely to use academic sources, such as science books and formal courses, that also discussed with a friend and engage with online videos and interviews. But on the other hand, those who were identified and less informed relied more on traditional media like newspaper and TV, and showed a more passive approach to gathering information about AI. When it came to use of AI, opinions were mixed. A significant majority, about 70%, were against the use of AI in military and crime prevention fields, likely due to ethical concerns. However, about 80% support the use in healthcare, seeing it is a way to improve efficiency. Opinions were split when it came to using an AI judicial system, but most participants agreed that AI would improve the world of the work. So there were some concerns about job displacement. Now, let's look at the influence of pop culture. We asked participants to recall various media that feature AI. Films were the most commonly recalled, followed by TV series and video games. Interesting, about 60.9% of respondents felt the AI is predominantly portrayed a negative light in pop culture. Despite this, only 21.7% say that these portrays decrease their trust in AI, while 79.6% 6% said that non effect at all. The next, okay. Although pop culture may not have drastically influenced trust, participants still expressed significant concerns about AI. The main fear was the loss of human control over AI, with some worrying that it could be used for malicious purposes, like firmware or manipulation. Others feared that AI could lead to job losses or compromise human creativity and critical thinking. On the other hand, there is also optimism. Participants hope that AI could drive innovation, especially in healthcare, education, and solving complex global issues. In conclusion, while pop culture often portrays in AI a negative light, it doesn't seem to have a strong influence on people's trust in AI technologies. Overall, our response maintained an optimist view of IA association with progress and efficiency, although concerns about control and secure persist. This funding suggests that even if cultural representation shape our initial talks about AI, people's real-life experience and practical concerns play a much larger role in shaping their overall perception. That's all. Thanks you for attention. I'll be happy to take any question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think that you are the only speaker for this intervention, right? Viviana does not speak.
Really?
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. And if you can stay, we will ask you some questions in the end. It's okay for you?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. And we can see your. Okay, it's the slide for the QR code
Good
to
idea.
continue the collection of your data. It's amazing. And
Yes.
just one more, if you want, you can send it to our email so we can share with our contact. So
Thank you very much.
yeah. I'm a researcher in sociology and AI. So for me, it's very interesting. And if I can help, I'm here for this. So thank you.
For me too. For me
your
too.
speech.
We have a lot of contacts that may be very interesting to your work.
Thank you very much.
So we can move to the other paper. We have Viviana Condorelli and Giorgio Lo Okay,
I will.
Giorgio, yes,
Hello.
we can see and hear you.
Okay. I will be the one presenting. Viviana has some problems with the audio,
Okay.
so
Yes,
it's very
because we
difficult.
cannot hear her. So
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. It's
We
okay.
listen.
Thank you.
I'm sharing my screen. Let's see. Okay, share. You should be able to see my screen.
Yes,
Okay.
perfect.
Okay. Are you seeing my presentation?
Very well.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Giorgio Lo. I'm a PhD student in complex systems. Originally, I'm a computer scientist, and we've done this research on a comparison and parallel between tarots and AI and LLMs, especially with my colleague Viviana, that is a sociologist. And today I will present this research on this parallel between tarots and LLMs. The context of this study is that we wanted to see if there was an interplay between imagination and technology, and we wanted to see if the interpretative practices of tarot reading and pattern seeking in tarots were also really close to the one used for LLMs and interpretability and relevance. And we wanted to see these parallels in interpretation for the interpretation itself, but also for the trust that we give to tarot reading and LLM outputs. The goals of this project are obviously to explore the relationship between the belief in tarots and the trust in LLMs. We wanted to investigate how this system can be used as tools for human decision making, and we wanted to see if the ideas and the beliefs of the people that have over these tools are similar between each other. And we've done this by collecting the data from users that we could use to analyze the different patterns that are used for the interpretation of the two tools. The methodology, as I've said, we've collected some surveys from some users. These surveys were about two sections, one for tarots and one for LLMs. And at the end of these surveys, these surveys were converted into some data that I could analyze. And the key variables here are tarot-related variables that are usage frequency, trust, belief, and usage frequency as decision-making tools. And for LLMs, also familiarity with LLMs, knowledge about LLMs, frequency of use, trust, and reliance for decision-making. The sample characteristic that we got is about 30 participants of uniform genders, but for age groups it was not very different because we have like 3 different age groups, and it was not really distributed between all the different age groups, but it's okay. We're collecting the data even now, so we will be waiting for other surveys. And the respondents completed the surveys, and then we received these surveys just to see if there was some useful information in this. The data analysis that I've conducted is about first a dimensionality reduction, just to see the data, to visualize it. A factor analysis to see if there were some latent variables like a belief in divination and external decision reliance on external decision tool making. Then I've done also a regression analysis just to see if the trust in AI LLMs and the trust in tarots could be derived from other variables, from other opinions of people. And then I've done a cross-tabulation group comparison just to see if there were some significant difference between genders and age groups. The first part of the statistical analysis that I've done involves an analysis on the heat map of correlation and dependency test, the results of the dependency test. I don't know if you can see, but there are 3 main zones that are visible. And these zones are the tarot zones, where the tarot features correlate with each other. The LLM zone, where the LLM features correlate with each other or have a dependency with each other. And the tarot versus LLM, where there is the correlation between tarot features and LLM features. And as you can see, the tarot features are highly correlated between each other. So we can say that if you use tarots, you also trust them. If you rely on tarots for decision making, you know about them a lot. While for LLMs, this trend is not really monotone. So if you use LLMs, you probably won't trust them, or if you trust them, you won't use them for decision making, but you only use them just to give you some information. And then there is another zone of it, that is the tarot versus LLM zone, that is not highly negatively correlated, but it's like very it's monotone, like it's negatively correlated in a monotone way, not highly very negatively correlated. So we can say that people have a negative opinion on tarots if they use LLMs, but it's not very defined. Also, if they know if they trust tarots, they probably don't trust LLMs, or vice versa. If they trust LLMs, they probably don't trust tarots, but it's not very defined. Some single values that are very important here are the age, because age is highly correlated with trust. So if you have an higher age, you probably trust the tarots more, or you probably trust LLMs more as well. Another ugly pair of attributes that are ugly correlated is trust and intuition, meaning that you will have some trust based on your own intuition that is kindly very obvious in a way. But, and then the third one is if you for LLM, especially if you have a high knowledge about LLMs, it's not sure that you probably trust them as well, because there is no correlation. It's like a zero correlation on the two attributes, but there is a dependency on them. So this type of dependency is probably non-linear. And that's all, I think, for the heat map analysis. The next analysis that I've done is a factor analysis, just to see if there were two underlying factors that are belief in divination and the reliance on external tools. And the analysis that I've done is building two composite variables that explain these two latent factors, and localizing the local clusters for these two composite variables, and how they change inside the plot, how they change in the visualization itself. The results were that age is linked to the first latent dimension. The latent dimensions that I constructed are Gaussian latent factors. And the first is connected to age, while the second is connected to the belief in divination itself, where reliance on external tools was not very different between the different zones in the plots. And gender also very uniformly distributed between the latent space. I've also changed the way of dimensionality reduction with UMAP, just to see if there were some differences between the two methods, but there were similar trends and similar results as well. The next analysis that I've done is a regression analysis, just to see if the trust in tarots and the trust in LLMs could be derived from the other variables. And for tarots, there was a strong fit in the regression, meaning that tarots can be derived from other variables, and the resulting function that derives the trust is highly significant. So the key predictors in this kind of model are the tarot future prediction trust, meaning that you trust the future prediction ability of tarots. Tarot influence in a negative way, meaning that tarots don't influence your don't influence your trust on them. And tarot decision support trust, meaning that you trust the decision support part of the tarots. You probably trust tarots in general. The conclusion is that tarots can be derived and driven by belief in them and the predictive accuracy of the tarots itself. On the other hand, for LLM trust, there was no significant way of predicting them with the variables that we had. So LLM trust is harder to predict and probably not significant to predict with other variables. The final analysis that I've done is a cross-tabulation and group comparison, just to see if there were some differences between the groups. And we've done some t-tests for the gender comparison, some ANOVA tests for age comparison, and some interaction effects to see if there was some relation between age and gender. And all these three tests were negative. Meaning that there was no significant difference between trust levels in gender groups, trust level in age groups, and also no significant interaction between age and gender. The conclusion of this research that we've done is that there is a correlation in trust, especially for tarots, and they have similar interpretability pattern, meaning that if you don't trust tarots or if you know about tarots, you probably don't use LLMs, or vice versa. If you use LLMs, you don't probably use tarots because you have some kind of interpretability on them. And there was also the role of belief systems in it, meaning that if you believe in tarots, you probably believe in LLMs as well, while on the other hand, if you believe in LLMs, you probably don't believe in tarots. And there is also the random components of it, meaning that you rely on this interpretation, on this statistical model or random model, so they have these patterns of the interpretability that are very similar between each other. And I think that's all, yeah. That's all. If you want to collect more, if you want to do the survey is always open as well, just to get more data, because we didn't add much data. There were like 30 surveys, so we needed more data as well. And if you want to reach for us, just reach for us, and that's all.
Thank you so much, George and Viviana. It's very interesting how you can read LLM like the new oracles of our everyday life. So tarots is so ancient, LLM is so new, and you connected part of our magical and oracle way of life to our everyday life. So thank you so much. And in the Q&A session, we will have some questions, because we have the public from YouTube, from the social media, from these groups. So I'm collected questions in the meantime. So thank you so much. And now we have Richard Grange. So Richard, you're with us, right? I can see you're connected. I have to ask to Giorgio to stop the sharing.
I'm trying to stop sharing. Since I'm on Linux, it's very difficult. So if you can, if you can remove.
Okay, if I can from. Why is, I know it's like.
If it's difficult, I can.
I am very happy that the physician has the same problem than me, that I am sociologist.
Yes, I don't know why, but yeah, it's like.
It was very interesting. I never think about possibility tarots, and I.
Oh, Giorgio, if you can.
I can exit. I can exit, and then I can. Go
Okay.
again.
Thank you so much. And Richard, I see that you are connected, but we cannot hear you. You can speak. Yeah, we can see you, but we cannot
we don't
hear
listen.
You.
We don't hear.
No. And now you're freezing. So in the meantime, I can say that Richard Grange is from University of Cambridge, and his speech is, the title is An Impossible New Sense, the alethiometer and the gaining of empathy through the access to others' thought in Pullman's His Dark Materials. It's an amazing novel. I read it, and in these years, I think that some filmmaker made films, and at the same time some TV serials on His Dark Materials. So I'm very interested in his speech, and I hope it can connect. Yes, because it's so interesting from his point of view. I read the abstract and then the paper. So I think that in this moment, I don't know, is there, I don't know if, Richard, if you can hear us. Richard, I can move to Anna, so we can discuss Anna. You have time to to resolve your technical issues. So it's okay for us, we have time, so take your time. I asked to Anna if you're ready.
I
It's
am.
okay for you?
Yes.
Amazing, Anna.
Okay.
Thank you so
As
much.
long as I can share my own. Let me see. If I too
Well,
have trouble,
okay.
no, I am
You know,
fine.
technology is like human being. It has a lot of problems with us, like us.
Yes,
So, and
but I
with
think
us
you
at the same
can.
time.
I
Yes,
think
we
you
can
can
see.
see it. Can you?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
Okay, well, first let me thank you guys for not only putting this conference together, but for organizing it, reading through all the abstracts, being here. Thanks also to the audience, etc. I'm presenting a project that I'm coordinating, and I have a number of co-authors that are team members and research assistants who have been, invaluable in actually helping me put together this presentation. Let me just move this here. So my presentation is about autonomous stores. And I guess the first thing to do is to tell you that it was funded by the Portuguese Foundation for Science and Technology, FCT. So that's in itself a fairy tale to actually get funding for research nowadays. So I was very excited. And this is what an autonomous store actually looks like. So this image here on the, sorry, let me see if I can. So here on the left, you see store. It's a supermarket. It's called Continent Labs. You can see here the labs part. And if you look closely, oh, no, it's not, sorry. Oh. Okay, if you look closely, you'll see that the ceiling is full of cameras. And the other thing is that the shelves have scales, so that every time you remove a product, there is a note that is being made by the store that weight has been removed. So it is called an autonomous store. And here on the left side, you'll see the publicity that they're making as you enter the store. And here you see it says, in the store of the future, this is the only line that you'll find. And then you have all the apples lined up. And here on the left, you see these are the only boxes you'll find in the store of the future. And box in Portuguese, you say caixa, and caixa means cashier. So basically in the stores of the future, these are the only cashiers you'll find, so to speak. So this is done by two companies, Continent, which is a big retail shop. They own a bunch of supermarkets, and they're very, very present in Portuguese life. And Sensei. Sensei produces a technology that actually powers the infrastructure. And now we have this, I don't know how to take it out. So now what happens is that in the media, these stores are often portrayed not only as the stores of the future, but also the future of shopping. So that's when I decided that I wanted to look and examine how these stores are being produced, for whom, by whom, and what kinds of futures they are imagining, what kind of worlds they are producing. Now, there isn't really a lot of scientific literature, and most of it comes from either kind of specialized retail literature, or marketing, or engineering. Okay, so these are the kinds of fields that are interested in autonomous stores. So it is still very much an unstable entity. But in the literature, they're presented as examples of the cyber-physical human systems, or AI physical human systems. And it's been really kind of interesting to see what these systems are. And one of the things that authors are putting forward is that within these systems, there are kind of ontological changes being performed, such that humans, for example, are not only sources of error that's not unusual in engineering that humans are considered the source of error. So they're considered sources of error and sources of complexity. But also it's really interesting to see that they consider human bodies a hurdle because the flesh kind of blocks the transmission of signals, and therefore the existence of humans in a store is actually problematic for its autonomy. And of course, the idea that is being put forward is that physical space becomes aware and smart through this technological infrastructure. So in this paper, what we do is that we pick up the concept of socio-technical imaginaries that is put forward by Sheila Jasanoff in 2009, but then again in 2015, she redefined it. In 2009, she kind of assumed the concept more in terms of the imaginaries put forward by the state. And in 2015, she reviewed it to include other kinds of actors. So socio-technical imaginaries I don't think I need to define them, but I want to say a few things about them. The first is that they are performative. So they're not only, it's not only about describing things, it's actually about kind of enacting them and constructing particular futures. So they kind of co-produce the future because they help finance or they help solicit support, both in terms of attention of the public, but also financial, political, etc. It includes the actions of actors such as the nation state, corporations, citizens, and of course the media. And it is very much about the entanglements of social life with technological innovation. So it is very much about kind of, that's why they're called socio-technical, the socio-technical or the technical cultural. And one of the other things about socio-technical imaginaries is that Jasanoff highlights that for every vision that is put forward, and those visions are usually utopian, so they are kind of the preferred version, there's also a dystopian vision that will accompany it. And so what we decided to do was to try to understand how the media are speaking about autonomous stores. And media are interesting and important actors because obviously they frame the issues both for the public and for decision makers. And nowadays, media often have the ability to reach global scales. However, and this is important, I think, we focused on print media, and I should say that there is a dwindling readership. So obviously we understand that oftentimes the people who read newspapers, etc., are the elites. But also, and this is something that has been pointed out by Meiger and Katzenbach, and that we saw very prominently in our analysis, is that the media often just take the narrative that is being put forward by other actors and kind of replicate it. So what this means in essence is that the agendas of big tech companies like Amazon, in the case of autonomous stores, get replicated over and over in the media without much critical analysis and without kind of a critical perspective towards what the intent and the motivations of those actors are. These are our two research questions. We wanted to see what visions, problems, and fantasies about autonomous stores circulate in the media. And then we wanted to look at the strategies and the tropes that are used to kind of justify and drive and normalize the materialization of these imaginaries. What we did was for Portugal, because autonomous stores are frequently in the media here because of Sensei, the startup company. We looked at all the media. So it was a rather comprehensive analysis and search for not only generalist media, but also specialized retail outlets. But then we also wanted to look at international media, and we chose kind of outlets that are broad and have recognized as respectable and have wide international readership. So we selected The Guardian, The New York Times, and Wired magazine. Our analysis went from 2016, when Amazon put autonomous stores in the public imaginary, and 2023, which is when we conducted the research. And what we did is we used Max QDA to analyze the news. In Portugal, we had 59 articles. The Guardian had 32, the New York Times and Wired magazine had 46. So that led to a total of 137 pieces of news that we actually analyzed. And so what have we found? Well, the first thing, I quite like this definition, is that autonomous stores are defined to kind of pick and build upon a number of tropes of high-tech development and high-tech innovation. So they are described as smart stores that intuitively understand the customer's needs and help retailers provide them with a more convenient, frictionless, and personalized experience and service than has been possible to date. So, we see intuition coming up, convenience, frictionless, personalization. These are all things that are, of course, often mobilized by big tech to shape our imaginaries. So what is an autonomous store? The media describe them using, they say that they are cutting edge, revolutionary. There's often these analogies to self-driving cars. So, this idea that autonomy comes from the ability to make decisions, and they are often discussed recurring to lists of cutting-edge technologies. So they include computer vision, sensor vision, deep learning, etc. And of course, this idea of the revolution for anyone, and I guess for all of us who are here today, who are interested in technological development, this is like the nth revolution that we are experiencing, right? Every time a new technology comes up, so now it's AI. AI is going to revolutionize. Well, autonomous stores will revolutionize the way we shop. It's important to kind of, I'm sorry, let me go back. It's important to understand that autonomous stores are very much in line with the idea of surveillance capitalism, right? So it is very much about consumption. It is about shaping consumption. It is about understanding, manipulating consumption, obviously to increase said consumption, right? So it is very much included in the logics of capitalism, extractive capitalism, etc. The other thing that became obvious from our analysis has to do with the absolutely incredible power of Amazon to shape the future. Because Amazon is involved in this endeavor, it is deemed inevitable. It is deemed successful, so its success is inevitable, but also the mere involvement of Amazon seems to indicate that we're going to create a global race towards autonomous stores is being created, which is kind of interesting because that is not what has happened. So, from 2016 to 2024, autonomous stores are still very much a niche thing. And their success is far from clear. In fact, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Amazon in 2016 released its first Amazon Go store. It was only for its own employees. It was a test site. And in 2024, so after our data collection had been completed, news came up that said that actually the store Amazon Go is far from autonomous, that are actually a kind of an army of Indian outsourced employees who review the video, who annotate it, and therefore it is kind of impersonating AI, but it is not AI in the way it works. As they define what autonomous stores are. The media are also conjuring their users, and their users are depicted as busy, young, urban, and time-pressed. So this idea that shoppers are pressed for time and they need more convenience and they need reduced friction is one that continuously comes up. So people need convenience. They don't want to spend 5 minutes queuing up to pay, and therefore they need autonomous stores. One interesting thing is that the questions of who is excluded came up in the media, but only in opinion pieces. The regular media never kind of discussed who is excluded. In opinion pieces, we had the elderly coming up frequently, and kind of, for example, here you see people who are on welfare stamps. Those were the two groups. And then there was also discussion about people who are chronically ill. So those were kind of the three groups that were mobilized. So poor people, elderly people, and sick people were the ones that were imagined as being excluded from these shops in opinion pieces. And then automation comes up a lot in media reports, and here's we see kind of the utopian or dystopian. So in the utopian view of autonomous stores, this will be fantastic, and it will humanize the work of people who work in supermarkets, because it will allow them to work in other tasks that are more humanizing and less mechanical. In the dystopian view, what we see is a huge fear of labor impacts. So unemployment rising, and there's a lot of discussion about how that's bound to happen. And of course, added surveillance. The articles don't really mention added surveillance in regards to staff. So that's a point that is not actually mentioned, but that is something that is obviously problematic, and that we saw because we have also conducted interviews that we saw employers are actually not really thinking about it. What does it mean to work in a store that is actually tracking and recording your movements 24/7? And then there were a few new concepts that came up. One of them was this idea of the phygital, which is physical plus digital. This idea that you're going to equip physical spaces so that they are actually like e-commerce sites. So they track everything you do. If you pick up a can of Coke and then put it back, and then you pick up Pepsi and then you put it back, and you end up with orange or Fanta, it kind of tracks all that data. It is also described, these phygital environments are described as having the great benefit of ending shoplifting. Shoplifting is obviously a concern for retailers, because shoplifting is actually just buying something in autonomous stores. And then there's a concern about Big Brother and what it does to a practice that is so banal and so mundane as going shopping to the supermarket, that becomes a site for increased surveillance. So in conclusion, I think what we've written a book chapter about this. There's a few things that were interesting to us. I think Amazon's power is one that I cannot understate. It's amazing how powerful they are in shaping the discourse that the media pick up on and kind of replicate. Autonomous stores are often portrayed as being inevitable, yet obviously their ethical and social concerns persist, and they're not really discussed in the media. There is a confusion and a conflation of who the users are, because obviously autonomous stores are technical infrastructures that are sold to retailers, but citizens, so consumers and retailers, are not really distinguished in the media, and they're imagined as having the same goals and the same power, and that's obviously a problem. Missing from the media are concerns or examinations of not only of what happens after data is collected, but also the very kind of gendered and racialized history of automation, which scholars like Vora and Ruha have been examining. And so our conclusion, which is perhaps not the most original one, but it nonetheless warrants repetition, is that the media needs to kind of provide a much more critical engagement with the imaginaries of technical innovation and their interfaces with social structures and social organizations and how they transform our social practices. And that is it. I think I was too fast. Was I not too fast?
It's okay.
No.
It's okay. Very clear. You
Very,
were
very
very
clear.
So I want to say thank you to you, Anna Viseu, but at the same time to your team, because when you send the proposal, we have Pereira, Lucas, Delicado, and Vicente.
Yes, so so João said that he was going to be here today, but he's not. So, but he was he was hired to work with me. He's he's a doctoral researcher. Ana Delicado and Paulo and Vicente are team members. And I include them in everything we do, independently of their ability to be there or not. It's just as a practice, an academic practice of giving credit to the entire team.
Yes, and I wanted to thank you them too. So thank you to your speech.
Yeah.
Again. So Richard, we can see you.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
amazing. Amazing, Richard. So welcome to this section, and I have to confess that I'm very interested in your speech because I'm a fan of historic materials. So the floor is yours, and thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, just going to share my screen, hopefully.
Yeah, okay.
Share. You have to understand I am a technophobe. So the idea about talking about AI and technology is far from my wheelhouse usually. Can you see my screen?
Not now, no.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay, I'll just start talking, and hopefully I will be able to share my slides any moment now. It just needs some authentication or something.
Okay.
So basically my argument is that there's an aspect of literature that goes often unrecognized, unknown to a lot of a reading audience. And that is the narrator and their relationship with the story that is being told. This is so the narrator is some sort of being that is created by the text existing, but is there as a thing that can't fully interact with the text. A third person omniscient being, which is created by the text but is not actually there within the text. Philip Pullman, the author, characterizes this as an omniscient sprite, a thing that can see, that can tell us like a huge amount of things, but it's not human. It can't be human. And one of the aspects of it not being able to be human is it can tell us what others think. So this is impossible for us as humans to know. We don't know how others think or what humans think. We can see what they express, but we presume that they think along the same lines as us, in as much as we presume that they think. What the narrator can do is collapse this presumption and tell us that, well, everybody does think. All the characters within this fiction do think and feel as we think and feel as an individual. And this is very exciting, and that this can be, you know, this can exist. But can characters within the fiction come and you know, do can characters within fiction interact with this sense? Because it's a sorry, I'm gonna have to stop, I'm afraid. Sorry about this.
What's it? Oh, fantastic.
Just check.
Hi, am I unmuted now?
Bravo.
Okay,
Now we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can hear me, okay. And
Yeah.
are you able
No
to see my
problem.
screen? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Cheers. Okay, so here's a little diagram of what I've been talking about with the narrator. We have the reader's reality at the top there. And then look, we have the book itself. It's a creation of the narrator and a creation of the story, the characters, the narrator of the story, and back to the reader. We have the book down the bottom here, and it's like a membrane. The narrator cannot pass through this membrane, but it's like a it can be stretched so that the narrator can go look and see the action. So yeah, Barthes calls it a paper being, and this is not a of fantasy fiction or science fiction. Indeed, the third person sprite was used by Jane Austen. It's a normal aspect of literature.
I think he has technical problem.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I stopped hearing too.
Yeah. Yes. Richard, can you hear us?
I think, oh yeah, he's here.
Yeah, he's here, but we cannot hear him.
He's no longer here.
Yeah, maybe
He
too.
left. Yeah, oh, now he's here again. Yeah.
Edmondo, mi mandi un
Yeah,
messaggio?
Sì.
E andiamo avanti. I am telling to Edmondo to send a message and we continue with another. And when he's okay to speak, we call him again. Lo metto nel pomeriggio. We can work with him in the afternoon.
He wrote saying he's unable to get this to work. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm chatting with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Grazie.
So in the meantime, if you want, we can begin our Q&A session. So we don't spare time. And if it's okay for you, so we can okay, so we can give to Richard some time. I would like, if you want to start as, first of all, I want to ask you if you have questions from the other speakers. So we can start like group, if you want. Because we have some questions from the public. I have some questions for you, so I would give you the floor if you want, but if you are a little bit shy, I can start with the public.
No, but it's
Okay.
good. I think we can take questions from here first, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, Raymond.
Or probably just suggestions.
Okay. You have some questions or for?
Yeah, I have a few concerns or just a few questions, or if you like suggestions, actually,
Yeah.
or a few clarifications. That's all.
Yes, okay. Please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go straight to Isabella's work first. My name is Lasisi Raimi from Nigeria, Federal University of Tuoke in Nigeria.
Hello.
Yeah, hi Isabella, well done. Wonderful paper, I must say. I was saying it's quite an interesting presentation. But I maybe I didn't get a handle on what you wanted to say in terms of you know, hearing how we can manage the the impact of what you call magic wands, especially is there a connection between these magic wands that I believe that you depicted in the smartphones and all of that? Is there a chance that we can connect that in the music with the context of the musics that you used in relation to the traditional self? All right, seeing that there is a gap between the modernity in the sense of technology and the traditional societies where we're coming from. I don't know if you had that connection in your narrative.
Well, we have got a very big different bases. The folk music and the popular music are still disconnected in our culture. When I don't know if I am answering your question, but I have had a thought when you were speaking. When we started amplifying our music with microphones, those were the magical wands. Now we are in a world where music is liquid, as we say. We don't use many people, not me, but many people don't buy physical objects to play music. They just listen to music through this device or the computer or their headphones, wherever they are. And this makes music detached from the physical fact that it is played by people. And it seems to me, looking at my daughter, who is 14, and his friends, that for them, music is taken for granted as it comes out from technology and not from their hands. So I thought that this could be a magical one, like the microphone was for the generation of my father when they started playing music amplified. And these sounds they heard was no more the sound they could hear with their own ears in the air, normally in the squares, in the courtyards, but it was something very magical, very different. So maybe this could be a link, but I haven't explored it yet.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think even your explanation has given me a better understanding of your paper, because I wasn't actually following the way you were making the presentation, but I think it makes some sense right now. Thank you so much. Just one more question for Viviana and is it Giorgio?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes.
Viviana. Okay, great. I find your paper very interesting, and I think you said there is a collaboration between you, who is a tech person, and then a sociologist. I heard.
Yeah. I'm a computer scientist, and she's a
That's
sociologist.
really beautiful. That's really beautiful. But I was wondering, and a bit, I was thinking if you, is there any chance that you people can, integrate some sense of lived experiences in the study that you're doing, especially because I'm worried about the chances of masking belief and trust under all of the very technical tests that you've done. Beliefs are mostly, culturally sensitive space. Is there a chance that that could be, maybe the sociologists could bring that into play in the work, where I think your respondents share experiences directly through interviews, so you can have some sense of depth and when you make the full paper. I think that's just what I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah, we had like a thought of integrating maybe some interviews as well, since just to validate what we're seeing on the data. We also need like not a lot more data, but maybe more various data between different age groups or different kind of other groups. Just to see if the significance of this data is also significant for different age groups as well. And yeah, but we had in mind just to integrate also some interviews after this preliminary study, since it's like very early study. We've only taken these surveys, we've disseminated them a lot, but not a lot of them had come back. So yeah, it's in the plans.
It's okay. That's fine. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. That's good.
Thank you, Laisisi. And we have a questions from Roberta Alessandrini addressed to Anna. Roberta say, thank you, Anna, for this presentation. My background is in retail and visual merchandising. I was interested in getting deeper into exploring the gender and race bias in tech. If you could please provide any references of the authors you cited, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
So the authors I was citing are, they wrote a book called Surrogate Humanity. And it is about the history of automation and kind of the racial and gendered histories of automation, right? And how, slaves, for example, are seen as a form of automation, and, who gets left behind and whose work does not feature as being humane, or, so particular kinds of work are humanized, but that means that others are really dehumanized. Benjamin Ruha is also someone who I think has produced really interesting work. And of course, in retail, what we know, and this is not discussed in the media, but cashiers, for example, are frequently women. So the issue doesn't show up in the media, but this is something that we know. Now, I would say that here in Portugal, the narrative that we get from retailers is that it is very, very hard to hire and maintain cashiers, that there is kind of a shortage of cashiers. And of course, the flip side of that is that these people are severely underpaid, and therefore they move from their jobs quite frequently, right? But those are so Surrogate Humanity is Voranowski and Vora, and Benjamin Ruha, I think, are two very good starting places.
Thank you, Anna. And I have a question for Fiorenza. And at the same time, Viviana, but Viviana has these problems with mic. So I would like to ask you if you ever, if you have considered conducting research on how AI is practically described or depicted in novels, in films, in TV shows, and in manga and so on. Because, for example, in the European fairy tale route, we studied the value of fairy tales, of myth, and so on. And sometimes we think to AI like something in too modern, too contemporary. But if you think to, for example, Hephaesto, the Greek god, it was a myth in the Greek mythology. He had some kinds of androids, some kinds of robots, and so on. So the question is, if you are studying how people react to AI in everyday life, did you consider to conduct a research through imaginary? So in fairy tales, in mythology, in folk tales, and so on, and in contemporary pop culture of this kind?
Viviana, are you here?
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
But your microphone, okay. Okay, you are in another window. Okay, yes. Amazing. Technology is magic.
I added another PC.
Thank you.
Echo. It's a bit.
No, it's okay. We
increasing.
can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
I hear you perfectly.
Perfect. By the way, I think it could be very interesting. By the way, we are more interested in studying about people use AIs and how this kind of use could influence society. So they are, I think, do different parts of the same image. But at the moment we are more on the other kind of research. By the way, it's very interesting.
Yes, it could be because, you know, we construct our society. I use the word techno-scientific society through imagination, because, you know, for example, if I have a perception of AI in a particular point of view, so maybe a movie or TV shows or something else could in some way influence my point of view. So it could be interesting to ask in your research, why do you think this or that about AI? And it could be something that you correlate with the imagination, with fairy tales, with myths, and so on. So it could be just a suggestion. So thank you for your work. And
yeah, of course. Thank you.
You're welcome. And you have questions, because I have a lot of questions, but I don't want to take the word only on me. Okay, maybe I can continue. And so I move to Isabella, because I have 3 questions, maybe just one for the beginning, because as I said, I've found the connection between the myths, fairy tales, and so on, with the world of pop music or popular music very stimulating. Because I love music, I hear a lot of music, a lot of gender of the music. And we can say that singers, as you showed, are the storytellers of today. We can use this metaphor. But I want to ask you, because you used the metaphor of the magical wand, like something very common in fairy tales. If do you see a connection between smartphones' dual role as, at the same time, as a portal, so something very magical, and at the same time as a magical helper, so a magical wand in music, and at the same time the broader social impacts of social media, in particular in shaping youth identity and imagination. So if you, I know it could be a little bit strange like question, but I hope you understand my interest.
Well, this is something we can do together because I am a humanist, I'm a writer, I'm not a socialist.
Okay.
I just touched the social studies, but I haven't deepened into them. So I think it could be something we can deepen together from different point of view. Certainly, it has big impact on the young generation, on the young adult, as they are called, as an audience. It has a very big impact. But I think I need some different tools to examine this fact, because my tools are the texts, the lyrics.
Yes.
And I don't use questionnaires or I don't work with people directly, but with what people writes and says, and what I can find on the web. The web is my main basis, my main pool where I swim every day for looking for something interesting to study. But I do it always with my literary lenses.
Yeah, it's amazing. And as I said at the beginning, this conference is a transdisciplinary conference. So it's a way in which we can connect each other. We can create like a community. We can share our knowledge, our perspective, and just in case of I'm talking with you, did you think to continue your research in the field of international music as well, as you are making with Italian songs?
It could be. It could be.
Okay, because you know, it's from your point of view, from your research, it's very interesting to see how fairy tales are connected with the songs. So we have a lot of elements that recall our fairy tales, our national point of view, because you know that fairy tales are something very connected with the roots of our national organization, so history. So thank you so much, and if you want, we can share a lot of point of view or perspective of research.
Definitely, I'd be glad.
Thank you.
Thank
you. I don't know if the president wants to...
A little question for Viviana. Do you hear me? See?
Can you hear
Viviana?
me?
Okay,
Yes.
Okay.
Viviana, I sorry for the other people, but it's very simple. I tell in Italian and after I try in English. Viviana, avete analizzato anche le differenze di livello scolastico, di erudizione, diciamo, di livello a cui erano arrivati, quindi scolarizzazione e anche religione? Ho riflettuto in questi momenti che rispetto ai tarocchi e all'intelligenza artificiale, la dimensione ideologica e religiosa di base e naturalmente il livello di scolarizzazione potevano essere due elementi che voi avete studiato per capire le differenze di atteggiamento. So I try to explain in English. My question is if religion or ideology is and the level of studies is important for choose between tarots and AI. Grazie Viviana.
Di nulla, vado in italiano e poi traduco anch'io in caso, così.
Perfetto.
Ok, allora abbiamo studiato dal punto di vista del livello scolastico, sì, però non c'era una grandissima influenza nei dati che abbiamo raccolto.
Ah, no? Ah.
No, ora magari Giorgio mi può dire meglio che forse hai i dati davanti, però se non sbaglio dal punto di vista dell'istruzione non c'era molto. Non abbiamo studiato effettivamente le credenze religiose, ma oggettivamente forse era il caso di farlo, perché parlando di tarocchi chiaramente si rientra un po' in quella sfera.
Non solo, ma perché avete usato spesso la parola fede, cioè c'è l'elemento che ve lo suggerisco da vecchia sociologa, perché è l'elemento dirimente per capire il futuro e il passato, cioè legato a un atteggiamento pseudo-religioso, ma non condiviso dalle chiese istituzionali dei tarocchi, e dalla possibilità positivista di pensare il futuro e l'intelligenza artificiale. Se la prossima volta inserite una domandina così può essere utile.
Sì, questo sì, più che altro noi con trust intendevamo non tanto la fede quanto la fiducia, intesa
Certo.
come affidamento, cioè quanto ci si affida allo strumento nei pattern decisionali. Quindi, ad esempio, io mi fido dei tarocchi, che la lettura del tarocco mi dice qualcosa, io faccio quella cosa.
Certo,
Era
ma
più su
è
questo. Però sì,
affidare,
chiaramente ci sta.
c'è la dimensione di crederci o no, il credo di
Sì,
sotto.
sì,
Bene.
yeah.
Era un suggerimento per continuare, perché è
grazie.
molto interessante, davvero.
Molto utile.
Bene.
Faccio una traduzione in inglese? Okay.
Yes, if you can, yes.
Okay, sorry. So we were talking about the influence of trust and fideism. Maybe we can also talk about in some way, and school levels. I was saying that about school, we didn't find any of high result which could be meaningful. While on the other hand, referring to religion and so on, we didn't ask questions about religion, but it could be a very interesting question to ask next time. So thank you for the suggestion.
Ok, grazie.
Okay, so any other questions for the speakers, to the speakers, between the speakers, inside the speakers? We have a lot of questions inside of us, but sometimes we don't want to put it out. So, so I have just only one question, because as I said, I'm doing research in sociology, and from maybe 10 years, I study artificial intelligence, if we can use this huge word, from an ethical and a social point of view. And nowadays we know that LLM and generative AI is something that is changing our belief, our way of living. And I founded the research of Viviana and Giorgio about tarots and LLM, very suggestive, very particular. So your research suggests that, if I understood in a good way, that users may favor tools aligns with their intuition. So, okay. And according to you, how might this insight influence how we design AI interfaces and improve user interactions? So I know that this could be a very technical questions, but from a social point of view, it's very interesting, because as Anna studies in her research, we understand that algorithms are something that is changing not only our imaginary, but our way of living in time and in space. So according to you, how might this insight influence how we design AI interfaces? And the other questions maybe could be more easy, and could be the used to break the ice. Why and how did you have the idea to connect tarots and AI? Because it's stimulating. Tarots is something very connected with our way of producing imaginary. So,
okay, I think I'll start with the second question, and then
okay.
Giorgio will answer the second one.
Okay.
Well, about the first one, we are colleagues from the same PhD course. So, well, in the coffee break, we just start joking about tarots and doing something together. So, from a computer scientist and a sociologist, something a bit crazy. And because he was a bit more interested in tarots than than myself, but we started just playing with cards. And at the time we said, well, it could be a great idea for a paper. Maybe at least we will win the IG Nobel. I don't know if you know it, the reverse Nobel from research. Yeah. So we found this call from this conference. We just started to say, why not? we can try to do something interesting at least. So yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if I can add something to that, I was using a lot of tarot cards because I was interested in the way that we use them, since some of them believe in them, while I try to use them just to talk with people, to understand some people. So, and we also connected the tarots and the LLMs by the parallel of interpretation itself, because the two of them are like stochastic in a way, since it's like you're taking random cards in one tool while you're generating random words in the other tool as well. So it's like you're giving some faith into those random things that comes out of it. And for the first question, the one about how we can use the insight just to get better at interacting with the LLMs in general. Nowadays, I think they are more, there are like some additional updates on the new LLMs, like you can talk with an LLM, you can do other things with LLMs, but maybe they should also give you an insight in how they have that kind of reasoning, but they won't be able to do that for you, because it's always like a deep neural network, so you cannot really understand how it really works. It's just like takes a lot of data, trains on that data, and then generates something for you. So it's probably not really easy to use the insight also to make the people understand how it find those kind of information. But maybe on the interface side, we can do a lot. While on the inside side, not a lot, because it's deep neural network, so you don't know how they work. So
yeah, it's like a black box. So we use this metaphor, and we don't understand in which way they work. So it's like a magic for us. So it's very connected with a primitive point of view of our way of living, because we say every day that LLM is something that is connected with the syntax, but not with the semantic, because they cannot think, they cannot have values for their own, they cannot construct an identity, a consciousness, but we can read them as something very magical, maybe like the Palantir in
Lord of the Ring.
Yeah, the Lord of the Ring. I don't know why I totally missed the Lord. Yes,
Saruman Palantir.
Yeah, the Palantir. Yes. So it's very interesting, your point of view, and at the same time, for example, as Giorgio said, LLM are our tools. Sometimes I use another perspective. For me, they are like non-human entities, because they are a subject in our everyday life. So they have a role. And like the tarots, every card of the tarots have a role, the king, the pope, and so on. So there could be like a connection between the different kind of LLM and the different cards of the tarots. It could be another metaphorical point of view to study this connection between imaginary and technology. So I think that this section is very productive. I don't know if you have any other questions. I don't have any news from Richard, then I'm a little bit sad because Ullman and his dark materials was so interesting, but maybe we can ask him or to record that on his own or in the afternoon, maybe, if he can. Yeah, yeah. This section has to end at 1 o'clock, but without Richard, we have other 30 minutes. President D'Amato, what do you suggest? Because
di fare che cosa? Di aggiornarci, di scrivere.
Yeah, just one moment. I just speak with the president in Italian just to organize the end section. No, dato che manca Richard,
è una piccola cosa per voi
abbiamo mezz'ora vuota, perché questo sarebbe stato lo spazio di Richard. Quindi chiudiamo prima, ci spostiamo
prima.
Ok.
Io penso che sia l'unica cosa, ma scriviamo a Richard.
Sì, già scritto.
Lo aspettiamo in ogni momento della giornata.
Sì.
Era così interessante il suo paper. Quanto a voi due, vi devo dire un'altra cosa che mi diverte. Hanno fatto uno studio i nostri colleghi per capire perché dall'Università di Harvard sono usciti tanti Nobel, e dopo aver indagato in tanti modi che non vi tedio, hanno scoperto che tutto ciò accadeva per via della caffetteria, cioè la possibilità di incontrarsi informalmente di fronte a una macchinetta del caffè o piuttosto a un hamburger era l'elemento dello scambio interdisciplinare che faceva scattare, ora la dico grave, la scintilla, la particella di Dio della creatività, e sono andati avanti così. Quindi mi piace molto pensarvi per gioco con i tarocchi a individuare nuove ipotesi. Okay.
Professoressa, traduco io così.
Sì, in un minuto, un secondo.
President D'Amato said to Viviana and Giorgio and to all of us that she read an article in which some researcher studies why
Harvard University
have so many Nobel Prizes. And the point of connection is that they spend a lot of time in the cafeteria area. So while they grab a coffee or an hamburger or something else, they spend time talking about their research and they find connections. So like Viviana and Giorgio tell us about their meeting in the moment of break and they playing with tarots and, oh, come on, we can do a research about this. So it's amazing.
For everybody.
So, do you have any questions or we can close because these 30 minutes were they were for Richard. So if you want to add something, it's the last moment you can. The last word? No? Nobody. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Okay.
I just want to say thank you to everyone. And in Portugal, we are 1 hour behind. So I kept thinking it's only 11:30, but of course for you guys, it is 12:30.
Yeah.
So, like we had plenty of time. Yeah.
Yes. So thank you to you all. I hope we can connect each other for your research. Maybe we can share then we connect for publishing the paper, a book and so on. You know, you at the beginning, Professor D'Amato show us the books, the first one. Then we have another one, and this could be the third. So every time we want to publish the work of the conference.
I suggest we build up a virtual cafeteria for us.
It could be amazing, your suggestion. Maybe we can create a fairy tale cafeteria.
Why not?
Why not? Why not?
Yeah.
Meeting each other every, who knows, once a month, once a fortnight, just to have chats and let's germinate ideas.
Nice idea.
Yeah.
I like it very much because quello che non ho detto prima è che in realtà la prova della curiosità che per ora è solo umana era l'essersi incontrati insieme in caffetteria, perché altrimenti un dialogo anche di intelligenza artificiale forse avrebbe creato più soluzioni e più problemi. Va bene, dai, vediamoci fra mezz'ora, tra un'ora e mezzo.
Yeah. Okay.
Cominciamo alle 2.
Thank you to you all. I don't know if you could stay with us in the afternoon because we have other 2 sections, but I can understand in Italy it's Saturday, so sometimes we had other things to do. But thank you to you all, and we keep in touch. And in the next weeks, we will send you an email with all the specific for the books, but at the same times for the amazing idea of Isabella, because
Really?
it could be another President D'Amato, another kind of connection for the European fairy tale roots. And I think that we will send you an email with a form if you want to join our European fairy tale roots. So thank you to you all. Have a nice lunch day, and with some of you, we will see in the afternoon.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
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 Have a nice
Bye.
day.
Thank you.
Edmondo, what time is the afternoon session?
In Italian
Russell,
hour
time.
is at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, and here in Nigeria is 1 o'clock. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you to
All right,
you.
take care. Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
See you
Bye.
later.
See you later.
Ciao, ciao.
With the other.
Okay.
Yes.
So, hello. I am Marina D'Amato. In this period of my life, I am president of Fairy Tale Root. In my first life, I was and I am professor at university. My field is sociology, but my field in sociology is imaginary. Fantastic word. And today, I have really pleasure to work with you. The first group is not here now, and I pray Enrichetta Dallari, Martina Romei, de La Giuppa, to speak about oral sources and images of the house. Le donne di fora, padrone del luogo. Please. No, I
Sorry,
don't
Martina,
hear.
we cannot
I
hear
don't
you.
hear. Enrichetta? No, Enrichetta? I don't hear. Come glielo diciamo? Glielo scrivo?
No, that ci sentono. They can listen us, but
sì?
we
Ci
cannot
sentono?
listen you.
Ok.
We cannot hear you, sorry.
No.
Maybe just stanno, penso, prendendo il microfono. I think that they are bringing the mic.
Ok. And Edmondo mi dica quando entrano, tra virgolette, in scena sullo schermo o nei primi banchi, avrei detto all'università, anzi negli ultimi, quelli che arrivano per ultimi si nascondono in fondo, quando arrivano quelli che mancano dell'Università di Santa Maria.
Mancano solo loro, ma non...
Ok.
So, just 2 minutes because we are waiting for Enrichetta and Martina to...
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Enrichetta.
Sorry for this.
No, it's okay.
Okay. So I'm reading this paper written by me and Enrichetta, who is by my side. And so I'm starting. The subject of this presentation is a narrative strand widespread mainly in southern Italian regions. The theme is that of the appropriation of the house, that is the occupation of domestic space by the spirits of those who originally inhabited it, if not also founded it, that is the ancestor of the house itself, the padroni del luogo. We are essentially talking about the ghosts of people who have passed away and who, having established a relationship of strong identification with the house, continue to inhabit and guard it as owners. They seem to be mostly female spirits. Their names change depending on the stories and location, while their attachment to the house remains constant. We drew evidence from our archive, which collects and preserves material from the Centro di Documentazione della Tradizione Orale, Museo Italiano dell'Immaginario Folclorico, Lucca, much of which is due to research carried out by Alberto Borghini at the Politecnico of Turin and the University of Pisa. The well-known Palermitan folklorist Giuseppe Pitrè grouped these mysterious ladies under various dialects names, which he defined as follows. The donne di fora, also known as donne di locu, dunnuzi di locu, donne di notti, donne di casa, donni, donzelli, signori, belli signori, padroni di casa, padroni du locu, diulacrisci, are supernatural beings, a little bit witches, a little bit fairies. The qualification donne di fora, or donne di fora, recurrent in parts of Sicily and generally understood as women from outside, would suggest figures acting outside the house. We adhere instead to the etymological proposal put forward by Borghini, according to which the nexus di fora could plausibly derive from the Latin foris, meaning door, plural foris. These would therefore be the guardian spirits of the doors of the house, or the women of the threshold, a variation of the donne di casa and padroni del luogo mentioned by Pitrè. The expression donne di fora would therefore not be translatable as ladies from outside. Numerous first-hand accounts collected in some provinces of the island comfort us in the idea that the name donne di fora corresponds to supernatural figures deputed to guarding the domestic spaces inside and adjacent to the house, and this meaning of donne di casa should be sought in the etymology, although this meaning has become ambiguous or incomprehensible in the passage to different eras and contexts. In the period of the Spanish Inquisition, for example, it happened that certain women accused of witchcraft claimed to be donne di fora. In this work, we will recall above all some Sicilian attestation from the province of Agrigento, in which the donne di fora are associated with their respective dwellings. They are usually old or even ancient houses, humble and dilapidated or even stately, located in the open countryside or in built-up areas, inhabited or abandoned. The choice of dwelling presented unknowns for those who rented or bought a house. For example, it could prove hostile to the new family if it was already occupied by negative or unwelcoming supernatural entities. Here is a testimony describing a very tormented stay within the home. There was my Aunt Auxilia's house, which she later sold because the donne were inside. While they were alone in the house, a moaning could be heard. In addition to the moaning, strange phenomena occurred and everything moved as if there was an earthquake. Then my aunt sold the house and bought another one, but even in this one, they did not find tranquility. Something was wrong. In fact, they paid very little for it, because it was said that there were donne di fora and spirits. Another testimony. The old houses, especially in the country, had a large central room, where a brazier was located for winter heating. which had to be placed in the center and not on the wall like fireplaces. It had to be away from the walls because it was said that the walls could attract fire and inside the walls there were spirits. In the attestation, quoted only in part, it is stated also that the rites of the inauguration were intended to defend the house and the new family unit from the negative influences of the deceased who had previously dwelt in the building or on the building site. It is also said that the spirits installed in the house were inside the walls and that the fire from the braziers placed in the main room had to be kept away from the walls, where it could spread to the walls and thus to the spirits living there. In the famous haunted house of Aunt Auxilia, there was a small room with a wood-burning oven dug out of the ground. There, too, the oven was in the middle, everything else on the walls. The room with the oven and braziers was a central place in peasant domestic life, necessary for heating and preparing food. The close link between the Donne di Fora and the house is attested in the documents by the recurring reference to their presence in the walls, kitchen, cellar, and other rooms of the house. That walls are habitual abode of the Donne also seems to be proved by what follows. There was a house near the Rocca that was no longer sold after the people who lived in it had died. They said that if you entered it, the walls shook, really shook, for it seemed as if there was an earthquake inside the house. But what do the informants say about this Donne? Here is a statement that immediately defines their character and relationship with the inside of the house. The Donne di Fora were inside all the houses, and my mother said that they could be good or bad spirits. Another statement expresses a similar concept. In all houses there are Donne di Fori, but they are not always bad. They are the people who lived there before in the house. Certain spirits must be respected because they are people who protect the house and are important. Another voice effectively presents such figures from folklore. There are people who believe in the Donne di Fora and people who do not. There are many stories. They used to say that they were evil spirits that frightened away people who wanted to buy houses and drove them away, so the house could remain empty. They were in the walls of the houses. They were spirits that protected the house, but sometimes they did not want the other people to come and live in the house where they were. They were the spirits of the people who had lived in that house, even the relatives of your family, and you had to respect them. They put all the furniture on the walls and not in the center, because that way the donne could stay in the house and not be disturbed. This is a very important statement that recalls an aspect already observed by scholars. The ambivalent nature of the donne, now evil beings who drive out of the house, now protective spirits of the house. It is reiterated that these are souls of the departed, including the deceased relatives of the family now living in the house, to whom the utmost respect must be shown. In addition to respect, these ghosts instill a fear that induces family members to greet them every time they enter and leave the house, often with superstitious formulaic expression documented in folklore texts, reported, for example, by Pitre. There are certain topical moments in which this deference is realized through precise rituals. Particular care was paid to the propitiatory rites of the inauguration to make padroni del luogo benign and obtain peace, serenity, and protection. When a new house was inaugurated, whether built from scratch or renovated and thus already existing, the house was blessed with all the family present to protect the same house and the lives of the people who would live in it, from all those people who had inhabited the land or the same house before the last family. Starting from the entrance room, all the relatives and guests go from room to celebrate the good wish to the family. Another sign of care for the donne is the custom of setting the table for them. A witness says, when people go to live in a new house, they invite the padronetta da casa, that is the spirits of the house, and put sardines, fried fish, and potatoes in the corners. Special attention should be paid to making the bed and choosing the sheets. And this is a testimony about it. Then it was important when you inaugurated a new house to have a new bed, because that way your family would grow up healthy, and many of the illnesses that existed at the time were attributed to the misfortunes that your family had passed on to you. And because surely where you lived there was a spirit, a donna di fora, who did not give you peace. And more, the pots and pans, such as sheets or tablecloths, must be new. They must not have been used by anyone, because it is bad luck, and the ills of the people who used them previously could be passed on to the current owners. Delicate rites of passage are those associated with births and deaths. In the first case, the donne must be made to take the newborn baby to heart. In the second case, the aim of the rites is to ensure that the dead person leaves the house without any negative consequences. When a child is born, the padronette da casa are also invited. Oil and sugared almonds are placed in the corners, and then a lamp is left near the cradle where the child lies, lit night and day, so that the padronette da casa can protect the child. There are cases where the donne treat newborns badly, often due to the hostility towards the adults in the family. One of many examples is provided by this attestation. There are spirits who don't want certain people, they treat them badly. And she said that at night they would take this child, throw her on the ground and beat her. This young lady is not married. And it's true. She's all crooked, her eyes are crooked. And she said it was the spirits who took her at night and threw her to the ground. And she had to leave the house. They did not want her. The donne di fuori, on the other hand, could show benevolence towards the little ones by growing an inextricable tangle, the so-called women's braid, of ruffled hair behind their nape, which is, as it grew, did not have to be cut until it fell out by itself. Sometimes the donne would replace one beautiful and healthy baby with another, often sick or deformed. This practice gave rise to more than one literary work. To give an example, the famous short story Il figlio cambiato by Luigi Pirandello. And now we see how, with their presence, the donne di fuori were able to alter the perception and the organization of living space, imposing themselves as the legitimate landlords. Not only was the furniture leaned against the walls to enable the ladies to roam around the house unhindered. In their wanderings, the donne could not even bear to cross paths with flesh and blood people. Already Pitre reported, if during the night any one of the family has to get out of bed for any need, he must walk with his arms outstretched, waving them always out of reverence for those signore and padrone, and for fear that he may not bump into them. If he neglects these regards, woe to the family. We understand that the donne manifested themselves and acted mostly with the favor of darkness, from dusk onwards. At certain times of the day, for example, in the afternoon, in the early evening, you could see the cupboard moving. You could hear the dishes banging together or with the pots and pans. You could hear the pictures of the saints that were hanging on the wall talking, and all of a sudden you could see the picture moving around the wall as if it was working. Noises and moving objects are indication of their presence also in the following statement. I was once alone at home, more or less when I was 9. I was lighting an oil candle, the old-fashioned kind, when all of a sudden that painting moved. It was a painting of Jesus of Nazareth. The next morning, the painting had moved around the entire perimeter of the room, and from the wall had gone all the way up to the bench, all by itself. There were spirits in that house. The donne also wreaked havoc in the house because of the habit of hiding objects, as can be seen from the following testimonies. In the house where they were the donne di fuori, they say that the objects were stolen, which were then found after a short time. Another testimony. There were things that from one day to the next could no longer be found, and everyone said that it was the donne di fuori, and that after a while all the things returned to their place because the spirit did not steal, they hid. Evocative are the stories about the house of a well-known person in Camarata, in the province of Agrigento. It was the house of Professor Lamendola, and you could hear spirits at night. You could hear noises of things falling or doors slamming. It was a nightmare for those who lived there, and they said that before midnight they could never sleep because they always heard the noises every night. People talking and walking, and if they went to check, the rooms were always empty. A story full of misfortune. They were husband and wife, and they had a son who poisoned himself, and everyone said it was the fault of the house, of what was in it, of the spirit that had driven him crazy, and that if there were the donne there, that family could not be happy. Because the spirits either protect you or damn you. If someone who is not of your family died in the house, it is not good. The professor did not have that house built. It was already there when he came here to Camarata with his wife Penelope. Then the professor was a man of culture, and he didn't believe in these things, and he took it anyway. But everyone had said no, not to. That's why all those things happened. Once I remembered that my husband had seen stone in the street, as if someone had started to throw them from the balcony. At night, stones were falling from the windows of Professor Lamendola's house, but they had not thrown them because they slept at night, and it was said that misfortune was also falling from the balconies on that family. Other witnesses provide similar news. Then they said that these spirits danced around the house every night in a different room, and often in the room where they cooked, where there was the oven and the brazier. Even at the castle, they would close the door themselves, and you could hear noises from the rooms. But then, when the doors opened again, there was not one inside, and all of the windows were closed, and it was the donne di fuori. Around the themes of stones, there are several tales of folk imagery with different and variously located protagonists. The Sicilian donne are no exception. As children, we were always told not to go to Mulignado because there were the donne di fuori from the bombed house there, who would show up at night around midnight and frighten everyone who passed by. They would throw stones at passers-by. The donne extending their sphere of influence beyond the inhabited rooms to the surrounding and adjacent spaces, like cellar, barn, pantry, patio, fountain, etc. Here is a testimony about the cellar. It was said when the wine was served and then used as vinegar, that it was women's wine, that is, it had been spoiled by the donne di fuori or by spirits that inhabited the house. And again on the cellar, this time the death of the unfortunate professor. In Professor Lamendola's house, in the cellar, they used to put the wood pile up on one side. They would leave this wood in the evening, and the next morning they would find it all scattered on the floor and wonder what had happened. And then it was strange because at night they did not hear any noise. They found all the wood behind the door so that they could not open it, and they say that this happened every night. I'm coming to the conclusion. A complex of archaic ritual traditions revolves around the donne di fora, compatible with an ancestral cult decline in the feminine. The fantastical presences spring from a system of augural formulas, invocation, prescriptions, prayers, expression of greeting, food offerings, baby presentation, etc., that accredit them as authorities in their residence. The influence of these spirits on the perception and use of the domestic living space would seem to reflect and continue cultic aspects of the Greek area related to the protection of the home and its inhabitants. We find convincing the convergences proposed by Alberto Borghini, according to whom the Donne di Fora find possible antecedents in the Artemis Ilicia, protector of the birds, of the second Orphic hymn, in which the goddess appears with the epithet Protsuria, that is guardian of the doors, as well as in the Tritopatores, who were also in charge of guarding the doors. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. For me, it's a new word. Okay, thank you very much. And if you have some question for our friend and colleague, maybe Saveria won't speak. No. Okay. So maybe we discuss together. Oh, please, Cristina.
Thank you, Martina and Enriqueta. I'm wondering about the relationship between Donne di Fora and some of the spirits in the Neapolitan area that I heard about in a talk by Luca Sarti. La Bella Ambriana and la Yanara.
Yes.
Because they're also good, bad, and yeah.
These figures are not only in Sicily, but they are tested in many areas of the southern Italy. We decided to deal with the Sicilian one because we have this not already published oral testimonies, so we decided to talk about these Sicilian figures. But yes, you are sure, because these figures are attested in many areas of the south of Italy. So yes, in Campania, or also in Puglia.
Puglia. Yes, I know in Puglia.
Yes, Basilicata also. So yes, they are spread in the all in the southern Italian regions. Yeah. But also, Enriqueta said me, also in the north of Italy, not only in the south.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
So now maybe our friend Becchioli, Seafield, the Imperio are arrived?
No, they're not here. No, I don't know why they didn't write an email, so I don't know.
No. We lose them.
Yeah.
So now I give the floor to Cristina Bacchilega, the University of Hawaii in Manoa, and Pauline Greenhill, the University of Winnipeg. The relation is about relationality and wonder as technoscience in Night Riders and Gatta Cenerentola. Thank you. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Marina. So Pauline and I will go back and forth. Can you hear me?
Oh, see, please.
Yes, perfect.
Okay. So we explored hello, everyone. Today, we explored two speculative wonder films, Danes Goulet's 2021 Night Raiders, produced in Canada and New Zealand, and the Italian 2017 Gatta Cenerentola, focusing on how they represent relationships between humans and non-humans, including technoscientific apparatuses. to envision radical transformations that counter dystopic realities. These films question the border separating the possible and the impossible by drawing on traditional narrative forms and knowledge, and by representing alternative experiential realities in order to envision the opportunity for just outcomes in real and fictional worlds. Night Raiders, set in the not-so-distant future in North America, fits some conventional ideas of science fiction, but also calls on indigenous traditions and knowledges. Gatta Cenerentola, also set in the near future, includes technology imaginable, if not actualized in the present, and draws on a Neapolitan version of the traditional Cinderella tale.
Fairy tales and science fiction might be thought strange bedfellows. However, cinematic examples of their overlaps include Jinro, the Wolf Brigade, invoking Little Red Riding Hood, The Cabin in the Woods, drawing on Hansel and Gretel, and even blockbusters like AI, artificial intelligence, summoning Carlo Collodi's Pinocchio, and E.T., the extraterrestrial, with similarities to the Frog Prince. And in a chapter on cinematic science fiction and fairy tale cultures, John Reeder discusses limitations to some structural definitions of science fiction that preclude its overlap with traditional wonder genres. He draws on Helen Haig Brown's short, The Cave, which the director describes as the first ever indigenous science fiction shot in my native language, to support his point. Adapting an oral wonder tale told by Haig Brown's great uncle, this film draws on traditional ecological knowledge. Attaching the label of science fiction to this traditional wonder tale therefore amounts to a claim that, in the words of Grace Dillon, scholar of Indigenous futurism, Aboriginal sustainable practices constitute a science despite their lack of resemblance to taxonomic Western systems of thought. Reeder posits this example as an activist adaptation of the tale of wonder in the contemporary fairy tale web. And we make parallel claims for Night Raiders, which reactivates indigenous knowledges and practices, and for Gatta Cenerentola, which animates the wondrous relationality of a 17th century Neapolitan Cinderella. Night Raiders calls on wonder as techno-scientific practice to envision colonial residential school narratives and indigenous futurity. We draw on Daniel Heath Justice's concept that wondrous things are other and otherwise, outside the bounds of the everyday and mundane, perhaps unpredictable, but not necessarily alien, foreign, or dangerous, but not necessarily comforting and safe either. They remind us that other realities abide alongside and within our own. Wonder works center this possibility within indigenous values and towards indigenous decolonial purposes. Counter to common expectations for fairy tales, indigenous wonder works do not ask for suspension of disbelief. Rather, they creatively actualize beliefs and ways of abiding in the world that patriarchal, colonial, white supremacist, capitalist modernity relegate to the past and dismiss as fantasy, but that persist and reemerge in the present for the future. Indigenous wonder works' refusal to imitate and reproduce a colonial consensus reality activates cultural resurgence, recovering other ways of knowing the world. The dystopian future Night Raiders displays is not far from the dystopian present. AI drone surveillance, totalitarian governments, and incarceration of children. It opens with a title card noticing aspects of the film are based on colonial violence and trauma that many indigenous people have experienced, including the removal of children, with a 24-hour toll-free number for the National Residential School Crisis Line. The action is set in a walled state dominated by a totalitarian government, the regime, or Emerson, which takes all children over 4 years old as official property of the state. On graduation, they become citizens, but must fight in the military. The regime uses drones to locate and apprehend children. Protagonists Wasis and Niska evade capture in the forest, but when Wasis's leg becomes seriously infected, Niska turns her daughter over to the Jingos, who apprehend children for the state. Near the Davin Academy, where Wasis is held, Niska encounters a Cree group rescuing children. At their camp, they tell her about a prophecy of a guardian from the north. Helped by Maori ally Leo and community member Simonis, Niska infiltrates the academy. Wasis wakes the other children and they leave. Soldiers are headed to the Cree camp and a confrontation ensues. These details invoke how Indigenous parents, directly forced or feeling obliged to send their children to residential schools, were horribly betrayed by a cynical system. The film, made in 2019, although released in 2021, predated the Kamloops Residential School unmarked grave finding. It is prescient and anticipatory. Preternatural and embodied experiences are core elements of Night Raiders' story world. Discussing the film's genesis, Goulet refers to the traditional Wasigashak, a trickster, helper, and shapeshifter. Invocation of these preternatural creatures focuses three crucial scenes. The passages show the development of Wasis's powers from a rather unremarkable encounter with a bird through an unusual but still Euro-American realistic one with another bird to the final transformation engagement with the drones, which shifts the narrative's balance of power from the colonial mainstream to the Indigenous margins. Traditions mark differences between the Cree community and Emerson. Literally and figuratively, they speak different languages. The Cree connection to the natural world, in contrast to Emerson's human supremacist ideology, allows Wasis to connect with the drones. The drones might appear to be uncomplicatedly machine and thus linked to the regime. But in the liminal space between Earth and sky, the drones become community allies, reanimated to a protective purpose. The crucial final drone encounter shows Wasis's preternatural power, invoking Wasigajak. Goulet explains, in the Cree language, there's a structure of inanimate and animate. Rocks are animate. That informed the way the drones would be closer to animals. Wasis, with a slight smile, raises her hand, repeating, Astamota, come here to me, 3 times. One drone moves forward. With 2 more invocations, it moves closer and hovers in front of the girl. She repeats the words twice more. The drones swarm, and on Wasis's English instruction, forward, down, they hover threateningly over the soldiers. Simonis shouts, now get the fuck off our land. The military move out, and the drones follow. Wasis's wondrous power to control the drones in particular suggests that the regime and Emerson have lost a potent weapon. The drone scene, by no means fairy tale, is magical and transformative. Cree community values are bolstered with the support of apparently mechanical allies and through kinship, trans-Indigenous solidarity, and relationship. Wasis approaches the drones with respect, and they respond in kind. Audiences may expect a film that so clearly implicates residential schools, even to the point of having a trauma warning, to be difficult, challenging, and depressing. And while Night Raiders has grim and tough moments, it is by no means disheartening or gloomy. Not all good people live happily ever after, but despair is absent, replaced by courage, optimism, and alternative technoscience.
In conversation with fairy tale or wonder tale rather than with Indigenous wonderworks, Gacca Cenerentola also offers a vision of how utopic and dystopic technoscience fails to counter social injustice when guided by the human supremacist assumptions of Western science and ignoring the environmental relationality of human and non-human lives. Produced by Mad Entertainment, a small company of creatives in Naples, Italy, the film strikingly combines 2D animation with 3D computer graphics. And it mixes fairy tale, science fiction, noir, and melodrama to create a story of crime, transformation, and hope that forms Un canto d'amore per Napoli, a love song for Naples. One way the film declares this love is to revitalize the oldest known European printed version of Cinderella, which was set in Naples, published there, and written in Neapolitan. As its title announces, the film draws on Giambattista Basile's fairy tale La Gatta Cenerentola, and it follows its basic Cinderella plot with protagonist Mia serving her stepmother. However, it subverts two iconic Cinderella tropes, the shoe and the wedding. Rather than hinging on Disney-like Cinderella romance, the film reactivates specifics of Giambattista Basile's tale, where the protagonist is not forgiving or pious, has 6 rather than 2 step-siblings, and her traditional association with cinders and the hearth is portrayed by her affinity with cats. Extending the metaphor of the love song for Naples, we argue that Naples Harbor is the film's emotional hub, a Cinderella-like and more than human place, where 2 powerful men's technologies compete to produce fantasies of the future. Docked in the port of Naples, the Mega Ride is a wondrous ship, thanks to photo sweep, light impulse technology invented by Mia's father, who in an early scene explains, the ship is watching us, recording us, processing us. It puts us back in the spotlight. Following his violent death, snippets of events that occurred on the Mega Ride appear and disappear unpredictably, lending an uncanny dimension to Mia's everyday squalid life. And then, at a turning point, the benevolent inventor reappears as a ghost-like hologram, putting back in the spotlight the truth about his murder and acting as a catalyst for Mia's transformative choices. Like Mia, a degraded Naples is filled with utopian and dystopian potentiality in the film. Mia's father, who loved the city, invested in building a scientific marvel there, a science and memory hub, of which the ship was only the start. However, this humanitarian plan for the city comes to a halt when Mia's father is murdered by his fake friend. This expert showman and Camorra boss, known as Ore, manufactures soluble cocaine shoes and turns the Mega Ride into an international hub for selling drugs and laundering money. 15 years after the visionary scientist's death, Ore plots to marry Mia, who is about to inherit her father's permits to build in the harbor. This exploitative plan, however, also fails because Ore underestimates how honesty and love matter to some more than money and glamour. Mia's father's technology is beneficial, but his and Ore's visions of Naples are both shown to be inadequate. First, human beings are more complex and uncontrollable than either would have it. Patriarchal and capitalist power, which both men personify in the legality and illegality of their pursuit of progress, cannot contain the living tangle of contradictions, relations, possibilities that animate the film's characters. In the end, having rejected the fairy tale wedding with Ore, Mia also refuses to become a murderer herself and dives shoeless into the water to find freedom. Furthermore, in Gatta Cenerentola, human-non-human relations are also more complex and uncontrollable than fantasies of human supremacy would have it. Photosweep was invented to record human experiences, but ocean, fish, and water also circulate as holograms on the ship, a sign of how human-made worlds cannot be insulated from an already fully animated world. The film offers visual recognition of a more than human world in 2 more ways. When this relationality is ignored, the air becomes filled with ashes, alluding to real-world pollution and garbage crisis in Naples, as well as to fairy tale cinders. And thanks to the film's predominantly blue palette and creative end credits, human action often seems immersed in the fluidity and memory of ocean life. Gatta Cenerentola, then, via its inventive technology, works as an instrument of ecological activism, and it provokes thinking of human supremacy as a damaging and doomed fantasy by recovering the wonder of the all-animated fairy tale of Basile, in which, we remind you, Cinderella's transformation occurs thanks to a gift from a date tree she's been caring for, meaning that her human journey is intertwined with a human and non-human relationality.
In both films, while greed for power and control seeks to screen out and deny alternative possibilities that are communal and affirming, technoscientific practices and visualizing of wonder indict what Marek Osiewicz calls globally dominant, largely white, market-oriented, settler colonial and extractivist, growth-addicted cultures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was for me very important hear you. Okay, maybe somebody can ask. Yes.
I have a question, or maybe two questions, because I think that the research of Christina and Pauline, I find it very stimulating and, how can I say, fully rooted in the critical reflection of globally relevant issues in this period. First thing. The second one is that important is the POV that you decided to use, that is the necessity to talk about non-human entities, natural and at the same time and artificial, and you use the movies. And the third point that is the possibility to use a fairy tale like Cenerentola, and how can I say, to renew the narration of the story to observe something else. But so this is just a wide reflection on the speech and on your work. But the first question is that I'm very interested in that your paper, I think, that discusses how indigenous knowledge in night riders maybe interact with the technoscientific themes. And I would like to ask you, and at the same time, we can see that in Cinderella, we have another kind of interactive with the techno-scientific themes. I would ask you if you could expand on how technoscientific elements reframe a traditional form of relationality, specifically with regard to non-human allies, the drones in Night Riders, and the futuristic ship in Gatta's Cenerentola. So this is the first one.
Please.
Thank you. Maybe I should start since Night Raiders was first. I have to say, basically, there's, in the film, as I said, there's kind of a development of Wassis's powers to interact with the non-human, or what Euro-North Americans would see as the non-human. There is not, in the film itself, any sort of specific indication of how that wondrous connection with the drones happens, but it has something to do with this invocation, Asta Mota in Cree, which means come here or come here to me. The actual mechanism is not explained or properly understood, I think, by anyone, including those who are participating, but I think that's part of the point. You don't have to understand the technology to be able to access it. So just because I don't know exactly what happens when I turn a light on doesn't mean that I'm going to stop turning lights on and off in my house. Christina?
You made so many points, Edmondo, that I hope I got the question, okay, but thank you. For Gatta Cenerentola, I mean, I think you're absolutely right that the film really works to renew the power of storytelling in Basile's Cenerentola, or La Gatta Cenerentola. And it does so by appealing to the wonder in it, right? So that's really what we're focusing on both papers. In fairy tales specifically, what we would call supernatural or preternatural, as we have said, is part of the everyday experience of the heroes and villains in fairy tales. Okay, so it's natural. In other words, we could say there are many dimensions activated in the world of fairy tales at the same time. And there's no comment on it because it's normal. Okay, so I think the film does a wonderful job using animation to visualize this. Okay, and so it's not really a statement that's made by any characters. It's the visual world that includes dimensions from the past, ancestors, the way it did in Basile's Cenerentola, and includes other, non-human beings. And so in Basile, we find the tree, the birds that speak with Cenerentola. And in the film, we see these fish circulating and being actually sometimes more solid, if you can say that about animation, than the humans.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Somebody would like to have a question? No? It was very, very interesting. Edmondo, lei ha un'altra domanda?
Yeah, just a very, very short question. It could be a yes or no question, because I have to say that I spent 1 month in Canada during summer for visiting, so I'm very interested in the imaginary in Canadian novels, Canadian films, and so on. We know all over the world, for example, Margaret Atwood, that is one of the most important writer. But the point is, we are talking about movies. According to you, if in Night Riders, at the same time as in Gatta Cenerentola, we can find a critic to Western notion of supremacy.
Definitely.
Okay. I don't want. Okay. You know,
thank you.
When we say that there's only one point of view from our historical point of view. So yeah, I think that your work is amazing. So thank you.
Very much.
Okay. Now we can contact. So now is the time for Roberta Sapino, University of Torino. These connecting people in the global society, rise and decline of the utopian imaginary of the internet in 2 Quebec novels. So we stay in Canada also.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank
please,
you,
Roberta.
Thank you. Can you hear me properly?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I'll just share my presentation. There you go. Okay, you should be able to see it. Yep.
Yes, very clearly.
That's great. So thank you for to the organizers for giving us this opportunity to share our research and to discuss topics that we are all passionate about. So today I'll talk about, well, the title of my presentation is quite long, but I'll try and keep my presentation short. And I'll be discussing two novels, so two French-Canadian novels published quite recently. So the author is Nicolas Dickner. I'll just show you the covers so that we can all know what we're talking about. And the two novels were published, one in 2005, the title is Nikolsky, and the second one in 2015, so 10 years apart. And as we will see, in these 10 years, our society has changed a lot, especially in what concerns our relationship to technology and to digital technology in particular. So I'll show you some passages, some quotations from the books. Of course, the books were written in French, but I'll share the translations in English. So you will see quotations in English, and they are from the official translations. So from a methodological point of view, a theoretical point of view, my research draws from Edgar Morin's invite to reform sociology, and especially to include also media representations and literature in particular within the sociological reflections on our society. So the idea, the underlying idea of all my research is that we can use literature as an important field of research because it gives us data on how we perceive our society, and also it gives us a point of view, which is not the scientific point of view of hyper-technical research, but it gives us a literary point of view and a poetic point of view on society. So this is the starting point. And when we talk about digital optimism, of course, I'm drawing from theories that dates back to last century. It is quite interesting to say that, but it is. So, for example, in 1995, Nicolas Negroponte published one of the books that are at the basics, at the very foundation of all theories on media. And what is interesting is that the conclusions of this book, so the very last part, is entitled An Age of Optimism. So Negroponte, at the very end of his analysis of digital society, of what he calls digital society, he says, we can and we must be optimistic because, of course, there are possible problems. Of course, there will be generational of course, some generations will suffer. Older people will probably struggle to have access to the internet and to use new media properly. But in the end, every generation will live better, will have a better quality of life than the previous one because of digital media. So there is an underlying optimism, which is shared by numerous other theoreticians of that time, and which was present in society as a whole. So a time of optimism, because digital media were supposed to bring, to take knowledge and access to information everywhere. It is interesting that Nicolas Negroponte says that the digital revolution is as universal as rock music, but we now know that that not everyone has the same access to digital media and to information, and that this is shaping inequalities in our world to a relevant extent. So this is the context. Well, more recently, in 2023, Giovanni Bocciartieri published an essay whose title is also relevant. Come ci siamo persi internet? How did we lose the internet? And how can we get it back? And what Bocciartieri says is the optimism that we found in Nicolas Negroponte's essay, and that was prevalent in the culture of the late 90s and of the first decade of the 2000s is not actually what is dominating our world now. So now we are living in the dark ages of the web. So we have a web which is not as democratized as it could have been. It is private. Private companies are dominating it. We have access to both knowledge and fake news. So the picture is way more complex, but it is also way darker than Negroponte and other scholars expected initially. So when I said that it is important to keep in mind that the two novels that I will be discussing were published in 2005 and 2015, I meant that they were published in this time of transition between an age of optimism and an age which we could call of pessimism, or at least of realism. I will not summarize the novels in detail, but I'll just give you some elements that will be important for my discussion. So both novels have what can be called a triptych motif. So they are both built, so they both contain three storylines, so three main characters. And these storylines can collide or diverge. Sometimes they don't even, they remain independent from one another. So we will not talk about all the characters, which will make 6, but only of 3. Another important aspect is that in both novels, digitization and digital society is a notion that is strictly intertwined with globalization and capitalism. So the digital world is a globalized world, but it is also a capitalistic world. And that entails critical discourses on mobility, on migration, but also on consumerism. In the picture that you can see that is made with artificial intelligence, you can see, I asked the artificial intelligence to show pictures of computers, as well as books, as well as radios, as well as other objects that shape our media universe, because all of these objects are present at the same time. And the presence of old and new media in all these novels is what makes them interesting to study them, because they show that what we call the digital revolution was not actually a revolution, it was more of a process. So all objects remind us that there was a process of development, and also that at every point of this project, something might have gone differently. So here, the computers are nice and organized. Here they are in a pile, and there is a reason. The reason is that one of the main topics of discussion is how we reuse technical objects and how we throw them in the garbage, and also which shapes our relationship to technology. In Nikolsky, so the first novel that I be talking about, so the one that was published in 2005, the relationship that the main character has with technology is a very personal one. So it is so personal that she goes around in Montreal trying to find broken parts, spare parts of computers, so that she can reassemble them, build new computers, and then give them a name, give them names as if they were people. So if you can read the quotation, you will see that there is a scene in which she finds a computer, and it is as if she was giving birth to a computer. So you can read a computer keyboard is jutting out from the rubbish. Joyce starts a cry of victory. She then tries to pull out the keyboard, but the power cable is snagged somewhere under the garbage bags. So she pulls the power cables. There is a stench of milk, which creates a universe of motherhood and giving birth. And then the machine emerges from the plastic like a slippery fetus. So it is as if she was giving birth to a machine. Later on, she brings the machine home. She fixes it, and then she tries to switch it on. And when the machine is switched on, she baptized it, and she calls it William Kidd, which is the name of a pirate. So there is a personal relationship to technology, and it is as if she was building her own family. However, if you can give birth to machines, you can also consider the same situation from an opposite point of view. In another passage of the same book, Joyce, the protagonist, is once again trying to find spare parts of computers in garbage bins. And what she finds among all technological spare parts is a dead body, and it is the dead body of a woman. And what she says is, a woman is lying among the garbage bags, most likely an employee tossed out due to downsizing. Under the sensible beige suit, her body has become perfectly mummified. She doesn't know how long the woman has been there. She doesn't know anything, but she says she has the impression of looking at a distorted mirror image of herself. So what does she do? Nothing. She just goes away and she leaves the body in the trash bin. So there is some kind of affection that is displayed toward technological objects. However, the human being that she finds remains there. Which brings us to the following next and last point, which is that the two novels, but especially the last one, which we will see later, show a world in which people are highly disconnected. They are connected to the digital world, but they tend to be disconnected from the physical world, the affective world, the familiar world. And these social disconnections of our time is represented through the metaphor of pirates, which is technological piracy, computer piracy. What Joyce does with the computer that she builds is try and steal credit cards data from other people. So she is an internet pirate. She is a hacker. But all characters that are shown in these novels feel some kind of disconnection from their family, from society in general. They don't know who their mother is, or who their father is, for example. So it is quite a common feeling in the two books. And one could say that all characters signed an asocial pact within society. So not a social one, but an asocial. They remain in the margins and they do not take part to the social life. And the reason why you see a hacker, a pirate of the 17th century, and a ship transporting containers is because this third images allows us to transition to the last book, to the second book that I'm talking about, which is Six Degrés de Liberté, 6 Degrees of Freedom. In this novel, digital piracy is linked to the will to improve the shipping system of goods. So basically to improve economy and to improve logistics and to improve transportation of goods. So one of the main characters is a very asocial genius, who lives alone in his room. And what he does is he's trying to hack the system to hack systems and to create apps and to create softwares so that he can improve how goods are shipped throughout the world. At a certain point, another character, she basically asks him, what are you doing? You are so good at it. Why are you using your power, your superpower, to work for capitalism and not for something, for some higher reason? And so she says, I'm serious. We are living in fucked up times where every fabulous invention ends up becoming insignificant. Technology ought to, I don't know, push against the limits of the human experience, right? So she's basically saying the optimism of Negroponte is now lost. We are just now working to ship bananas and to ship pens and toilet brushes throughout the world. Can't we do anything better? And what they do better is that they organize a very complex system. So they take a container, one of those that you can see in the ship on your right. They take one container, they change it, they adapt it, they make it a very intelligent container, a self-regulating container. And she tries to sneak in it and to live in it. So they adapt, they make a room in it. It is almost a house. And then they put this container in a ship. And what she does is that she does the world tour in this container. Of course, it is a secret. No one knows that. No one knows that she's traveling like that. And it is a super fun adventure for her, but it is also a very literary adventure, because the idea came when she saw a hot air balloon, and that reminded her of Le Tour du Monde en 80 jours, so a Jules Verne novel. So it is a novel that she read, that she discovered when she was young, that at a certain point makes her think that maybe we could use technology and we could use digital tools to do something poetic, perfectly unuseful, perfectly pointless, but poetic and fun. She manages to do that, and I'm coming to my conclusion. She manages to do that, and what she does is actually something that was done in reality, and that is my conclusion. If you think that this adventure, this poetic adventure, and this technological adventure is merely fictional, please know that actually it was done in reality, and that sometimes reality and technological reality is more poetical than poetry itself. In 2001, maybe you have read it in newspapers, but in 2001, an Egyptian person, an Egyptian man, was found in an Italian port, in an Italian harbor, sorry, and he was living in a container. He had put a table and a chair, and he had books, and he had everything that he needed to live in the container. And he was trying to enter Europe and then to go to Montreal using this system, living in a container. The news didn't have much success in newspapers and so on, in the media, because it happened in 2001, just 1 month after the attack to the Twin Towers. So you can imagine the difference in the symbolic value of all that. But what is important is that it happened. So the two novels that I briefly commented on show us that sometimes reality is poetic, and that technology can allow us to, sorry, what I didn't say is that at first, this person was considered a terrorist or an immigrant or whatever. He just wanted to travel. He just wanted to try. They never found out why he was doing that. Maybe there were other reasons, but if there were, they were never understood. So it was just for the fun of it. It was just to try and see if that was possible. So the two novels that I showed you can help us understand this transition between an ideal, the falling of this ideal, and at the end, the human need to find poetry and to find enchantment, even at the time, even during the dark times of technologies. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Roberta. After your speech, I speak for me. We need just a moment to think because a lot of good idea and some question in the mind. But if you have some reflection about some ideas, some question.
Yes, if I can, but I don't want to steal time to other people here, to other speakers. I don't know if I read Pauline said fantastic in the chat.
Thank you.
So I don't know if she wants to say something, and I talked before, so I don't know.
Yes, please.
Thanks very much. That was really fascinating. And I just can't help noticing there's kind of some overlap with the idea that the things that are imagined also really happen. And I mean, certainly in the, excuse me, in the case of Night Raiders, the things that are depicted in the film are also things that then subsequently did happen. And I just reflecting on the idea of ostension that folklorists use, which is this notion that people may take things from especially contemporary legends and then enact them themselves. And I'm really interested in the idea that this can kind of go back and forth, that there are also situations in which things that are enacted in fantasy and in films and in fairy tales also kind of make their way into reality. So that's not really a question, but just a reflection. And thank you very much. It was really good. And I wish I'd read the novels.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It really was the point of my presentation to show this overlap between facts and fiction and science and poetry and absurdity also, and how they all shape our social technical imaginary, and how the fact of seeing movies may, or reading books or whatever, may actually how can I say, may actually gives us the intention and also the idea to then produce new goods or to improve our technical world. So yeah, thank you. And thank you for your presentations.
Oh, thank you. I speak in Italian with Roberta, and after I try to translate the essenziale. A un certo punto poni la questione se si tratta, cioè la scrivi a chi scrive, se si tratta di un processo che in qualche modo è diverso dalla rivoluzione. E questo mi ha fatto pensare che ormai per la generazione degli ultimi 20 anni è un'immersione, cioè come si nasceva per immersione nella cultura analogica, ora si nasce per immersione nella cultura digitale. Quindi le domande che si poneva Negroponte e tutta una schiera anche di premi Nobel, la Montalcini e altri, ed erano tutte domande di speranza in fondo e morali. Le domande di oggi sono molto diverse. Non si pongono la morale perché hanno sostituito il fine con l'efficacia del mezzo. È molto più importante la dimensione, per coloro che la pensano così, insomma, i nuovi pensatori più giovani, poiché ci nascono dentro il digitale. Non costituisce una novità e hanno avuto da un lato, forse, la mia ipotesi, una scuola meno attiva sul livello dell'introspezione e della fatica per comprendere, e un mondo in cui tutto è immediato. Vivono quello che chiamano il presentismo, il momento presente, e la questione del futuro o dell'etica viene quasi meno. È un argomento che tratto spesso con Edmondo, ma per la mia generazione è un problema da risolvere, ma per la generazione della contemporaneità è l'abitudine da vivere. Per me purtroppo, ma faccio una valutazione che Weber mi sgriderebbe, insomma.
Posso rispondere in italiano? Passo all'inglese?
No, in inglese capisco tutto, ma...
Ok, allora passo all'inglese. So, thank you for your observation, which is absolutely on point. And when I mentioned the fact that according to certain critics, the digital revolution wasn't actually a revolution, I really mean it, because we hear people talking about the digital revolution. Like every day, there's a digital revolution in each and every field, in medicine, in the arts, in everywhere. But according to certain critics, the digital revolution wasn't actually a revolution, or at least not as a strong one as it was, for example, the discovery of fire that you mentioned this morning. So when they say, what they say is, we are still performing the same acts, we are still doing the same things, we are just changing media. So it is a big change, but it is not a revolution. Our culture did not change that much. So certain critics have this opinion. Also, according to other critics, there was a digital revolution, but it is over, it's finished, and we are now living in what can be called the post-digital society, which is the society that you described, the one where digital natives did not know a word in which smartphones were not available, or Facebook wasn't available, or Instagram wasn't available. So you can look at the problem from different perspectives, but what you obtain at the end is exactly what you described, which is a society which is not longer, or at least which is reflecting to a lesser extent on moral problems, because it is so, because technology and digital technologies are so present at all levels of our life that we are just taking them for granted. We are not asking, should it be done? We are asking ourselves, oops, it has been done. What can we do with it? So the perspective is changing. And what is interesting about the two novels that I presented, or at least what is interesting to me, is that they show this time of passage when these questions were still present and they were still prevalent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we have with us Saveria Capecchi, University of Bologna, The Future Life Imagined by a Group of Italian Pre-Adolescents. Please.
Hi, everyone. I share my slides.
Yes.
Can I share? Okay. Can you see the slides? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
We can hear you. We can see the slides. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So good afternoon. I'm going to present the main results of quantitative research investigating the influence of social media on the imagined future lives of a group of 260 pre-adolescents aged 10 to 12 from two cities in the Emilia-Romagna region, the capital, Bologna and Parma. The research utilized two investigative tools. Firstly, Boys and girls wrote an essay in class that encouraged them to describe the life they would like to lead as adults. Then a questionnaire was administered to investigate their media use. The main research hypothesis was to consider that the dreams of pre-adolescents reflect the lifestyles, prejudice, habits, customs, rules, in a word, the culture of the contemporary society to which they belong, as well as the collective imaginary that overlaps with the culture itself. Specifically, one can identify social and media representations as well as values and lifestyles that characterize their subculture belonging to the so-called Generation Z. What is the imaginary? From a constructivist point of view, the imaginary is not other than reality, but it's complementary and functional to build a social representation of reality. It is like a training ground where we can practice on social rules and to enact behaviors first only dream of, and in a second stage, if possible, to realize. This is the title of the essay. A daydream, 20 years have passed from today. One morning you wake up and try to imagine what you'll do when you grow up. What job will you have? Where will you live? With whom will you live? How will you spend your days? And what will you do in your free time? Some results. Regarding the couple and family dimension, about half of pre-adolescents imagine themselves married. Instead, 21% imagine themselves in a relationship. Therefore, 70% of them see themselves in a couple. Couple mostly with children, strictly heterosexual. It should be noted that the conception on having children without being married is now normalized. The average is about 2 children per woman, while the Italian fertility rate is one of the lowest in the world, 1.2 children per woman. The social representation of the united and happy family emerged, mostly composed of 4 members and often pets, mostly dogs and cats. An interesting aspect to emphasize is that about half of the pre-adolescents describe a family unhooked from tradition and marital institution, based on free choice. For example, girls wrote, I live alone with my dog, I don't want to have children. Maybe I live with a boyfriend, never with a husband. I want to live with friends, maybe adopt a child. Some boys wrote, I live alone, but I have a girlfriend. I would like to live with my future partner, but I don't want to get married. A vision of an equal couple relationship prevails between the girls. All the girls have imagined working, often projecting themselves into high-level professional roles. Therefore, no one have expressed the desire to be supported by their husband. Many girls have expressed the difficulty of balancing work and family and hope to find a collaborative partner regarding childcare and domestic chores. For example, a teacher takes the children to and from school, cleans the house and cooks, while the husband clears and prepares the children for the night. Or an astronomer, I go to school to take and pick up the children. My husband, meanwhile, does the shopping and returns home. We set the table together while the children play. I come back to the slide. If you look at the couple from the perspective of the boys, only 10% of them imagining themselves doing household chores and caregiving tasks. So there is a gender disparity in the division of tasks, even if they have to imagine a new life. However, none of them describe their partner as an housewife, and in some cases, they imagine the couple having dual careers, like the founder of a company married to a lawyer, or a football player married to a wife who manages a company and has a degree in mathematics. As for the imagined professions, girls express a primary preference for jobs in the health sector, like doctors, surgeons. Second place preference were for job in the entertainment fashion sector, like actresses, film directors, singers. In third place, they imagined jobs in the field of education, teachers and professors. Some girls aspire to career in STEM fields, scientifics, biologists. Others project themselves into the world of sports. For example, champions in swimming or football, and into the emerging field of digital media, robotics, like video gamers and robot engineers. On the contrary, in line with the gender stereotypes, the boys have imagined working primarily in the following areas: sports, digital media, robotics, and STEM. Nobody wants to work in the field of education, unlike the girls. Among sports professions, the most popular is a football player, followed by a basketball player and a Formula One driver. Here are some examples of the emancipation of the girls. I'll be a designer. It's a very difficult job. I have to run a company. I wake up at 6 in the morning and think about designing my new clothes. I'll become a director. It's not easy. I have to work hard. Considering the dimensions of couple, family, and work jointly, 6 types of dreams emerge. The prevalent dreams are 2. The first place, the dream that can be defined as hyper-realistic, referring to the artistic movement that emerged in the United States in the early 1970s, due to the greater presence of realistic and ordinary elements. It is the dream of those desiring an ordinary, routine life based on their profession and, in most cases, the formation of a family. For example, a girl wrote, today is April 22, 2041, I wake up and have breakfast. I live in Nice, in my seaside mansion with my husband and my 2 children. I get ready and go out. I work in Paris at my clinic, working as a doctor, helping my patients with physiotherapy, taking a small break for lunch. At 5:00 p.m., I close the clinic. I go to the University of Paris, where together with other doctors, we explain how to do our job. At 6:00 p.m., I return home when my husband and children are waiting for dinner. This second dream, by order of magnitude, has been defined as one of beauty, wealth, and fame due to the greater presence instead of extraordinary and spectacular elements, often attributable to content spread by media. The house to live in is mostly a mansion with a garden and a pool. The imagined locations to live in are mostly in the United States. For example, a girl wrote, I would like to live in a giant mansion with my true love. I would like the whole world to know me. I would like to become very famous. I would like my life to be perfect, with a perfect family, a perfect house. I'll become famous by putting videos on YouTube. A boy wrote, I'll be a famous streamer, YouTuber. I live in New York in a very nice technological, modern and luxurious house. I live with Kaby Lame, Tommaso Cassi and Cristiano Ronaldo. Kaby Lane is the most followed TikToker in the world, more than Chiara Ferragni. Regarding the pre-adolescence subculture, from the study, we can observe the presence of these values and traits: friendship, wealth, fame, beauty, love for family, adventure, travel, foreign languages, sports, play, and fun. To this, we can add gender equality, inclusion, altruism, love for animals, and nature, and environmentalism. Sorry for my English. The pre-adolescents involved in the study, belonging to Generation Z, as we said, have been born and raised in a media ecosystem dominated by social media. And the majority of them have one or more social media accounts, like YouTube, TikTok, Snapchat, and Instagram. The girls follow influencers, particularly those in fashion, dance, drawing, and makeup, like Chiara Ferragni, TikToker Charlie D'Amelio, YouTubers like Frog and Cleo Makeup. Boys love video gamers, and especially Lion, Stephen Fear, Gabby 16-bit, Kendall, 5J. And we can say that influencers and YouTubers are real-life figures who become role models. They provide lessons on youth slang, clothing, the most fashionable body and aesthetic models. In conclusion, these are other phrases of girls and boys regarding social media characters, but I go ahead. In conclusion, the research confirms the existence of a close correlation between the pre-adolescence imaginary and the use of social media. Many of them would like to have a perfect life as influencers or YouTubers seem to have. However, the picture that emerges from the research is complex and rich in contradictions. The analysis reveals not only negative effects, such as excessive conformity, encouragement of consumerism, detachment from reality, early adultization at the expense of imagination, but also positive effects, such as contributing to raising girls' professional aspirations, encouraging the desire to travel and learn foreign languages, and informing about important social issues as poverty, climate change, civil rights, gender equality. At the end, we show you the cover of the book wrote by I and my colleague from University of Parma, Maria Grazia Ferrari, the Robot Inventor, the YouTuber, which is in this research. In this research, we repeat our research we have done many, many years ago in 1995. And the research, which results are published in a book called A Babysitter in Beverly Hills. So in this study, we had the possibility to compare the results because we used the same investigative tools. The title of the essay, for example, was identical. So it's very interesting to see through the pre-adolescence imaginary how Italian society is changed. And if I can add the last results. It's very interesting to notice, to observe that in about a quarter century apart, there are advances toward gender equality and the culture of free choice in the private sphere, and the dream that we define as the beauty, wealth, and fame dream is increased. Probably, we can say, because of the intense use of social media and examples set by influencers. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Saveria. Thank you very much.
Okay. I interrupt my condivision.
Very interesting, very interesting. So if some of you can ask something to Saveria, Edmondo, yes?
I want to break the ice. So I was wondering, listening to your research about the new models, for example, YouTubers or social media stars and so on. But during the research, during the interviews and so on, did you find, for example, some cultural influencers? Because every time we talk about fashion, beauty, wellness, and so on, but we have to think that at the same time, in social media, we have different kind of influencers. For example, about philosophy, about literature, about tech and high tech. And some of them, maybe I think a very, very small percentage, talk about this, or the most of them are focused on Kabila May, Amelio, and so on?
So thank you for your question. We investigate all the media use. So not only social media use, but also the reading of their favorite books, for example, or their favorite television programs. But we realize that social media use is more as the most influence on them. First of all, they know books and another cultural stimulus filtered by social media. Everything is on social media, and they know the culture of to which they belong, filtered by influencers. And this is has positive and negative effects. But another result, very important of our research, is the difference between social classes. For example, boys and girls belonging to the middle and high social class wrote the essay more full with more fantasies and imagination. For example, we know that they don't stay only on their smartphone, but they read a lot of books. For example, there were other dreams, like ecological dream, the space and new technologies dream, the explorer's dream, the scientist's dream. A smaller group of pre-adolescents wrote about these different topics. And we discovered that they belonged to the middle-aged social class. Instead, the other one did the dreams more popular as the beauty and fame, wealth and fame dream, which is overlaps with the collective imaginary. Everybody follow the influencers and want to become rich. So this is the ordinary dream. So we observe difference of social classes, the gender difference, some of the research is rich of many socio-cultural differences. Sorry for my English.
No, le appartenenze, la famiglia conta, quindi c'è ancora un fatto di socio-economico e culturale alla base?
Sì, abbiamo proprio
Ecco, hai notato questo?
Chi è nato e cresciuto in una famiglia con maggiori stimoli culturali, per cui noi abbiamo fatto fare loro un questionario molto dettagliato, abbiamo visto che chi appartiene alle classi sociali più elevate va maggiormente al cinema, viene portato
al teatro,
frequenta di più le biblioteche, e questo porta poi loro a fare poi appunto a arricchire il loro...
Li immerge in un altro mondo, hanno un'altra... Sì, certo.
È un gruppo più piccolo, però abbiamo visto la differenza. E anche l'altra volta, con l'altra ricerca, avevamo notato questa differenza di classi sociali, cioè l'imprinting, l'habitus, insomma, se vogliamo dirlo con diverso, sì, è abbastanza forte.
Lo dico prima in italiano, nei valori che emergono mi ha stupito, per altre ricerche che ho fatto, di individuare quelli che sono, io avevo studiato invece non gli effetti né le cause, ma i cartoni animati e le storie per bambini. E quello che emerge sono innanzitutto l'immutabilità, cioè risuccede sempre la stessa cosa e l'eroe è uno che non si ribella mai. E cioè per durare 360 puntate non può essere un ribelle, ma in questi valori che tu metti in evidenza, anche lì non c'è una crisi, una rivolta, c'è solo un'aspirazione al mondo, direi, delle fiabe, che tutto è ricco alla fine, se non muoiono tutti, piacevole e felice, ricco soprattutto, hai detto. Mi stupisce questo. Non mi stupisce, ma mi avvalora un trend nel quale i bambini sono puer economicus e come tali vengono immersi e
C'è un aspetto interessante, a parte che ho letto tutti i suoi libri.
Che gentile, mi fa piacere incontrarti. E no, dimmi l'aspetto, perché poi resteremo in contatto. Queste sono occasioni per conoscersi per me e per andare avanti in campi paralleli e che si incrociano. Adesso la smetto, era solo così un'osservazione. Somebody else won't speak with Saveria? No,
Sì,
allora...
dico brevemente, allora c'è l'aspetto che per risponderti in italiano, mi spiace se volete tradurre. Effettivamente, allora, c'è di base un po' un appiattimento su questa idea, appunto, tutti che vogliono diventare ricchi perché vedono gli influencer che hanno tutte queste case, macchine, viaggiano, eccetera. Dopodiché ci ha stupito che anche rispetto alla ricerca scorsa del 1995, che ci sia comunque molta più solidarietà e attenzione a temi come la povertà, proprio le persone emarginate, sono bambine che citano la comunità LGBT, oppure la tutela dell'ambiente, salvare
Sì,
gli
questo certo.
animali. Cioè ci sono dei temi che i bambini di un tempo non conoscevano,
Se ne
quindi i
parlava
social
proprio, certo.
fanno conoscere tantissimi temi anche da adulti, diciamo, quindi questa idea di...
Che oggi diremo, che noi diremo da adulti, ma che oggi sono la loro quotidianità, che passa...
Esatto, sono più informati, ecco, questo
Sì,
sicuramente. E questo li rende anche, poi bisogna vedere, forse anche grazie alle loro insegnanti, eccetera, li rende comunque più sensibili, tanto che adesso non c'è stato il tempo, ma appunto è pieno di spunti, secondo me, questa ricerca. Molti calciatori che vogliono appunto le case, le piscine, eccetera, molti di loro dicono donerò parte dei miei soldi ai poveri, cioè fanno mostra di grande solidarietà. E questo la nostra
anche per scontare le imposte. Comunque oggi non entriamo in questo.
non so se sono informati fino a quel punto.
I bambini no, ma i calciatori sì. Ma oggi non entriamo su questo. Comunque è molto interessante che vivendo la quotidianità attraverso questi personaggi apprendono ciò che loro emanano e la loro quotidianità diventa universale. La piccola che ci hai raccontato, che vive a Nizza ma lavora a Parigi e che alle 6 va alla Sorbona per insegnare e torna a casa e trova il piatto pronto, è l'emblema di una
Carol Woman.
vita. Benissimo, ti ringrazio davvero.
Grazie a
Allora,
I
professor
think that Christina wants to say something, or...
Sì.
Very briefly.
Yes.
So some of the children, the pre-adolescents, want to live with animals, dogs, cats, etc. So I wonder, because I'm ignorant of most of those social media that they are very involved with, what is the relationship between social media influence and living with animals rather than human beings?
There are many influencers with pets.
Okay.
They see many YouTubers, for example, and they have entertainment from video gamers, but video gamers show their lives, and many of them show, for example, the relationship with a girl. They show, because I saw them because I have a pre-adolescent boy. They show they lives with pets. And this amount of pets in this imagined families are, for, in my opinion, the decline of fertility, of the fertility rate in Italy, in which we compare the number of pets in the family imagined with the number of pets in Italian families, and it's quite the same. It's very many of these children maybe desire to have brothers and sisters, but there
A
aren't
dog.
anymore. They instead brothers and sisters, they aspire to have dogs and cats. It's the new society, Italian society, in which animals are very, very important, like siblings. A changement, a social change.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So we are now Martina Masullo. University of Salerno, Technological Imagery and Techno Universities in Contemporary Seriality. Please, Martina.
Condivido le slide. Buonasera a tutti, buon pomeriggio. Si vedono le slide?
Sì, si vede questa, bella.
Thank you. Okay. My contribution is called the Technology, Imagery and Techno Universities in Contemporary Seriality, and I am starting from the premise that cinema and television have always represented a fundamental space for the experimentation and the study of new social practice. And the aim of this paper is to analyze these places and intercept the elements that more than others have given rise to a new technological dimension linked to the audiovisuals. Before television, cinema in particular had influenced the social imaginary by constructing and exasperating dynamics and realities closely linked to technology. Okay. Walter Benjamin, in particular, had pointed out that one of the main social function of cinema was to create a balance between the human being and the equipment, reducing the traumas caused by technology. The balance between the human and technological dimension of the film medium is a concept later explored by Bolter and Grusin in their book Remediation, and they explain through the logic of transparency and hypermediation that in remaining in constant equilibrium make possible the process of remediation that defines the evolution of the media. Since its origins, cinema has had to face the impact of technology, managing to anthropomorphize itself in order to make mechanical reproduction acceptable, which is fundamental for the recognition of a technological aesthetic. In addition to representing human beings and their feelings, drawing on the syntax and themes of traditional narrative, film technology has, from the beginning, considered the relationship between the individual, the human, and the machine, mitigated the conflicts associated with the invasion of machines into human life. The contribution of cinema in the creation of a technological imaginary develops mainly in relation to the meaning and function of technology in everyday social practice. Cinema reflects on the basis and the condition of a dialectic between human and machine, which also extend to the relationship between man and camera. And without this interaction, cinema could not achieve a true artistic dimension. Cinema is not merely mediate the process, but thanks to its technological nature, becomes an integral part of the phenomenon that define modernity. In the 1980s, a lot of film products addressed in a completely new way the increasingly pressing identify fears of audience of that historical period, linked above all to the technological dimension that was by no means reassuring, no positive, and confronting with another that could not be integrated but defeated. Alien, Blade Runner, The Thing, Videodrome are all films that have many elements in common. And while at the center of these works is the technological dimensions as an uneasy, terrifying, and distressing space, the central element is the fear of the loss of control over technology. The spaceship in Alien, the metropolis in Blade Runner, the expanse of snow in The Thing, and the television in Videodrome all represent spaces, elements, dangerous dimensions with a precarious balance. Since 1990s and 200s, television series have contributed to the construction of images and narratives that have become rooted in time within the collective imagination, becoming true reference models for subsequent audiovisual products. Seriality has influenced the process of social, linguistic, and gender transformations that has developed over the last 20 years, exploring the dynamics of reception, interaction, and translation between audiovisual products and the audience. Condition is the relationship between authorship and mass consumption, and taking phenomena such as multimodality and intertextuality to the extreme. If in the 1990s we're able to return a more positive image of technology, tracing its potential and strengths, the birth of social networks and the invasive presence today of artificial intelligence in everyday life have called into question possibilities offered by the new technologies, defining a parallel and opposite counter imaginary to that of the ongoing digital revolution. Okay. Following the path traced by studies on seriality and post-seriality by Sergio Brancato, today we could define pop platform seriality as the new dimension of contemporary seriality. The serial medium has been able to narrate the technological imagery by remaining balanced between utopian and dystopian visions, between disastrous drifts and potential developments between device and techniques. The technological dimensions has found space in many serial products in different ways, but the most interesting perspective is the one that intends to narrate the coexistence and also the collaboration of analogical and digital space. The real techno-universes accessed through specific technological device that represented decay. Okay. The British series Black Mirror led the way. It laid the foundation for the construction of an imagery oriented towards technological disillusionment and digital dystopia, build futuristic but realistic worlds, and dealt for the first time with issues such as social media addiction, mass surveillance, loss of privacy, data manipulation, and artificial intelligence. It is an anthology series broadcast for the first 2 seasons produced by Channel 4 and from the 3rd season produced by Netflix. And the title Black Mirror refers to the computer, smartphone, and tablet display that play a key role in each episode of the series. The screen in Black Mirror represent the mirror with which the characters have to confront themselves, inside which are placed fears, insecurities, social anxiety, existential anxieties, goals, and important decisions that at any moment can put the course of their lives in crisis. Charlie Brooker series has been able to translate into a media product some insights from research trends such as critical web theory, digital materialism, and media archaeology. Picking up the legacy of Black Mirror, the aim of this contribution is to analyze two serial products, Westworld and Upload, which through different stories, gender and device and approach narrate to the techno universe that frighten and fascinate the audience and shape the technological imaginary we are confronted with on a daily basis today. Okay. Westworld is described by critics as a dark odyssey about the dawn of artificial consciousness and the future of sin, and is an American fantascientific series created by Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy, and based on the 1973 film of the same name, written and directed by Michael Crichton. The story takes place starting in 2015 in Westworld, a fictional and technological advanced Wild West theme amusement park populated by android figurants. The park is frequented by highly affluent people who want to give vent to their wildest fantasies within the park without fear of reprisal from their host. And in fact, androids are not allowed to harm humans and divert them from their intentions. The themes of Westworld are intelligent weapons, transfer of consciousness, biomechatronics and artificial intelligence, human and machine coexistence, and sensitive and hyper-evolved technology. Upload, with the less disturbing tones and atmospheres more related to the dramedy with a satirical aftertaste, but inserted into the fantascientific narrative dimension, and is a US television series created by Greg Daniels, set in 2033 in a future in which humans can upload their consciousness into the digital afterlife at the moment of their physical death. The themes of Upload are human and non-human coexistence, but also human and non-human collaboration, and sensitive and hyper-evolved technology, and the idea that digital has a dimension of the afterlife. In conclusion, both serial products represent a strong and important breaking point, picking up the legacy of Black Mirror. Westworld and Upload represent a thermometer of contemporary technology-related fears like Black Mirror, but today also of a new and cyclical enthusiasm for the digital, and they fit powerfully and decisively into that very lively and necessary discussion of the impact of new technology and new technologies and artificial intelligence in the everyday life of the human being. I leave a little bibliography, and thanks for your attention.
Oh, thank you very much, Martina. Thank you very much, Martina.
Grazie.
A lot of things for our mind. So if you have question, no? Okay.
Maybe if I may.
Roberta?
Wants to speak.
Roberta,
sorry, thank you. Okay, I was just wondering, so I recently read an article in which the author said we use smartphones a lot, for example, and we use digital technologies a lot, but we don't dream of them because from an evolutionary point of view, they are just too new. to be ingrained in our brains at such a deep level. And I was wondering if all the media that we mentioned today, so, and also media that we use in a passive way, like this morning, Isabella talked about pop music and mass. So music that we all listen to when we are just doing other things and just listening subconsciously. And Martina mentioned, gave us this amazing overview of TV series that we consume in huge quantities and that shape our imaginary and they shape the way that we see the world and we understand the world. And I was just wondering, if I'm not expecting any answer, or maybe you have one, I don't know, but I don't. But I was just wondering how much these media representations of technologies shape our brain at a deep level, and how much will they influence our evolution as humanity. So thank you, Martina, for this presentation. And it was just an idea to reflect a bit further. Voilà.
Oh, thank you, grazie per la domanda. Posso rispondere in italiano?
Sì.
Grazie. Ok, sì, sicuramente, sicuramente tutti i media che abbiamo menzionato, ho fatto riferimento anche alla teoria di Bolter e Grusin della rimediazione, proprio perché appunto occupandomi appunto di questo, è chiaro come a tutti i livelli qualsiasi medium in realtà influenza il modo in cui noi interagiamo con gli altri. E faccio un po' riferimento anche alla ricerca di prima sulla generazione Z, perché in particolare le mie ricerche sono focalizzate proprio sulla generazione Z. In particolare io ho fatto la mia tesi di laurea triennale proprio su Netflix e su come la generazione Z consuma i prodotti audiovisivi attraverso questa piattaforma, che nel 2016 è stata la prima, insomma, rispetto alle altre, ed effettivamente ciò che è venuto fuori parlando con i ragazzi è che la visione, cioè il modo così immersivo di fruire di questi prodotti in realtà poi aveva delle influenze fortissime anche nella loro vita quotidiana, quindi il binge watching, il second screen, tutti questi fenomeni in realtà si abbattevano poi nella loro vita quotidiana e a risentirne erano appunto i rapporti sociali, le relazioni anche in famiglia oppure con gli amici, quindi sicuramente in un futuro prossimo possiamo assolutamente pensare che influenzerà moltissimo il modo di, insomma, di evolversi dell'umanità. Grazie.
Grazie mille.
Edmondo voleva porre una questione?
Yes, I don't know, maybe I will speak in English for everyone, and if Martina can understand me, but it's very simple, but it's
okay.
It's like Roberta said, it's just a suggestion because I think that the excursus in cinema and in TV shows is a very point focus on our way of evolving. For example, in imaginary is like to write. Imaginary can help us to write our own history, the history of humanity through technology. And for example, when you in the end of the speech you talked about Westworld, that is one of the most iconic during the last years TV shows on androids and AI. The point was about consciousness, about the way we live in the world. We can see that androids are a reflection of the human beings in Westworld, because they feel and they are abused by human beings in Westworld, because there's a lot of violence made by human beings on androids. And then they evolve, they acquire consciousness, they acquire values, but fighting our way of being. So in a some point of view, I think that we can use Westworld as a huge reflection on human being and not how androids or AI is evolving, because we know consciousness is something that it's only in the human sphere, and sometimes in sociology and philosophy and in other discipline, we don't have a point about what is consciousness. So I think that was very stimulating hearing your point of view. Thank you.
Grazie. Okay, now it's your time. Lazizi Raimi, Federal University Otuake. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof.
Yes.
I will just share my screen.
Please. I would like announce your title, but I not all right. Okay, just a moment. Oh.
I don't know if you can hear me.
No,
yes,
yes, we are here for you. But
I've been here since morning, so I've had the opportunity to listen to almost all the presentations, and I find them quite interesting, really, really interesting, I must say. Thanks for having me to make this presentation. Something I consider to be, if you like, an evolving study, following what we've done in the past with a few of my colleagues and I. The topic is from differential action to social imagination, how fanatical followership is shaping the behavior of Pentecostals towards the use of 5G technology in Port Harcourt, Nigeria.
it's very interesting. Thank you. Please.
Yeah, so I think it's important to lay the background because I am a sociologist myself, and so I would locate Nigeria currently still within the Comtean view of if you like, a theological society, where we still have not completely evolved to a purely scientific, socials, if you like, relations or acceptability of science and technology itself. So religion plays a significant role in the way we associate in Nigeria. And so to the extent that some literature have referred to Nigeria as the church capital of the world. And so within this context, you find a situation where we have strong attachments to our pastors that we call papas and daddies. Emeka had called as related to that in his literature. Now, this has led to some kind of fanatical followership, or what we have referred to our past work, in our past work as herd behavior. Now, this means that there's some kind of social, process where religious or religious members of the church tend to, align their thoughts to the, the leadership of the church. And so that creates some kind of social subservience where you find them, doing what the pastor wants them to do rather than do what they intend to do by themselves. So that in that case, you have pastors influencing followers' perception on social issues, especially science. And we report here that was largely, seen during the COVID-19 period, where we had followers, accepting the views of their pastors, and so on and so forth. And that provides, if you like, the rigor for which this study was done. The study is based on two basic objectives. One is to, examine how the differential actions of Pentecostal pastors shape social imagination among followers. By this, we mean the level with which, or the scope with which a cluster of people in a particular church construe their world in relation to their, if you like, pastors. The next thing we want to do is to, if you like, analyze how social imagination, enabled by the ideas and actions of Pentecostal pastors, begin to shape the behaviors of members towards the use of technology, and in this case, the 5G technology. We have a conceptual framework that, ordinarily this slide should, if you like, describe the whole topic or the whole study. But I would like to say that the beginning point is where we have differential action. And by this, we mean the different thought processes of the different pastors and their actions, and how that moves into a sphere of control, if you like, within the context of followers. And then how we now gradually move to a belief shaping across, the different churches. Now, this builds a sphere of social imagination drawn from the belief on their pastors and the concept or the idea of fanatical followership mentality that we created. Now, moving from social imagination, you have a faith-based approach to doing things amongst Pentecostals. And then this faith-based approach builds into a belief in societal issues, depending on this faith-based approach, and a behavior, that is designed to follow this faith-based approach. Now, if you move further, the concept, you find out that you have two colors tilting towards those who actually have a positive alignment to their pastors, and then those who have a negative alignment in terms of acceptability and use of technology. And like we say, this presents, this is largely, this was largely experienced during the COVID period in Nigeria, where people actually believed that the COVID was designed to reduce population by virtue of the fact that some pastors held that view and some others did not. Now, what does the literature say about this? And we focused more on the Nigerian literature, just so that we have a context-driven discussion. Now, we have a few of them who have talked about fanatical allegiance and then emotive attachment, relating this to how, followers are attached to their pastors and create a social segregation that, aligns them to the thoughts of their pastors. Now, there is a theoretical leaning that suggests that, all right, these attachments fall within the Marxian perspective of a control, or of religious followers by their pastors. The typical Marxian view of religion as the opium of the masses. Then there are those people who have clustered around COVID-19 and 5G conspiracy, of course, not drilling down to how this affects, the behavior of followers. And that's exactly what we want to do. How does this affect, the behavior of adherents or followers towards technology, especially the 5G? Now, what's the approach? We had a participatory qualitative approach, which is wrongly spelled as I see now. Sampling technique, basically purposive. We drew this from participants, 30 participants from across the different churches. Now, we focused on two churches, Christ Embassy and Kingsway International Christian Church, basically because of the dominant role that their pastors played in terms of describing, the 5G relationship to population reduction during the COVID period. Pastor Chris was mostly someone who had talked about this, pointing out the depopulation agenda of people like Bill Gates and so on and so forth. And then you have the Kingsway International Christian Church, who aligned himself to the scientific trajectory that could ordinarily have underpinned the emergence of the COVID, and at the same time, the race towards finding vaccines. Now, the data collection process was simply in-depth interviews. We initially set out to do a focus group discussion, but that didn't work out, so we relied on in-depth interviews, and the analysis was largely thematic. And then what I've done with the findings is simply to align them along some themes. And the first theme is to look at how differential actions create social imagination. So I'm going to read out some of the things that the interviewees presented before me. So I said it relies on respect for church leaders' ideas and actions, leading to a fanatical sense of followership. Now, one of the things you need to understand is that even though we're looking at two churches who have different ideas, the basis for their argument lies on their respect for their leaders. And now, Christ Embassy, for instance, our general overseer is an ordained man of God, and we know that he cannot lie to us in any way. So anything he says, we believe him. Now, if you look at the two responses, you'll find out some sense of similarity. I have strong respect for our lead pastor because he is a true man of God, and I believe him on issues concerning the world. Now, this largely frames a takeoff point for how, if you like, church goers now begin to imagine their world. And so that's the basis for which we look at how, this has affected their social imagination. And then we looked at social imagination as derived from, fanatical leanings, all right, to the ideas and actions of their leaders. If you look at the response, you'll find out that one of the respondents said that 5G network is not supposed to be installed now because it has several health implications and it is aimed at reducing the world's population, especially in Africa. It is even responsible for the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the perspective of a member of Christ Embassy. Now, if you look at the trajectory of the discussions about how, if you like, the 5G network is related to COVID, when the peak of the COVID-19 happened, especially in Nigeria, this churchgoer's pastor was actually on top of the argument then, pushing the theory. I don't want to call it conspiracy theory now, but some kind of based on the religious thinking that 5G, had some relationship to, depopulation of some sort, and then linked it to COVID-19 pandemic. And now this explains why within the context of his church, even when there were lockdowns, members of his church still felt like going to church and attending service in clusters. But on the other hand, if you look at the KICC respondent, it says science and religion are not at conflict. So 5G is not a bad thing. In fact, our church members believe it strongly that the network has nothing to do with any disease, just like others before it, just like others before it, like the 4G network. Now, again, this is built on the ideas and actions of their own pastor, who has some measure of scientific leaning and who agrees or who has that fairly, he was fairly disposed to the understanding that 5G is simply a progression in scientific discoveries and is an upgrade in, if you like, network technology. We also, apart from social imagination and how these people imagine their world in the eyes of their leader, we looked at how the social imagination influences behavior towards the use of 5G. All right. So if you look at this slide, you'll find out that our focus was on how differential actions of church leaders is influencing behavior towards the use of 5G. And we have three responses. The first one is, I will stay far away from 5G technology because as much as possible, because it has a high chance of causing serious sickness, just like the COVID-19. And I am not sure I will use it. Now, you can imagine how this respondent feel about the use of 5G, traceable to the ideas and actions of his pastor. We also have a set of respondents who believe from the KICC participants that I beg me, I will use the 5G. Now speaking in Nigerian Pidgin English, me, I will use the 5G and even 6G when it eventually comes. The only reason why I'm not using it now is because my mobile phone does not support it at the moment. I honestly do not see anything wrong with it. The next person says, I already use the 5G network and I have not had any illness. In fact, I live close to the 5G facility and everyone there is healthy. This conspiracy that it is not good for us is just not true. Now, what I think this study wants to sell is how, the views of followers of a particular pastor can be determined by, if you like, his or her own view. And so that's initially, validates the fanatical followership perspective that we had already developed in previous studies. What is the conclusion of this study? What we conclude is that there is some significant link, if you like, between the ideas and actions of the different pastors and the social imagination of their followers. And I can tell you that this is significant in the context of Nigeria because religious thinking, and while I believe that every religion has a hold on their followers, all right, there is a distinctive kind of attachment to Pentecostal pastors in Nigeria going on now that mimics, if you like, the kind of power structure that the papacy had, in the previous years, and then how this reflects some kind of a modern kind of a divine rights of kings, if you like, in the context of Nigeria. But even so, for the behavior of members towards 5G use in the two churches. Now, what you see, this differential action had two, effects, whether you like it or not, and one in support of it, and the other that does not support it. And in the context of the leaders not supporting it, that if you like, snowball into some kind of behavior amongst the adherents or the followers of that particular church. What are we proposing? I think for Nigeria, there is need for an open dialogue between religious leaders and the scientific community. One thing you find in Nigeria, most importantly, is the disconnect between institutions, especially institutions of learning and the other institutions in society. Thank you so much for listening. It's a short presentation, but I think it sends home what we intend to do. Thank you.
Oh. We say thank you to you. Really interesting because we have a similar phenomena in Italy, and I think everywhere. And the relation between church and the science are never so easy. From Galileo until now, it's a problem, but it's important, your job. And it opened other possibility to think also. Okay, if you have some question. Edmondo vuol dire qualcosa? Non c'è? È nell'altra stanza? Saveria, no? Oh, prego, prego.
Thank you, Lusine. I wonder if there is any relationship between your study and where these pastors and communities are in Nigeria, whether they are more urban or more rural or,
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Well, the focus was in Port Harcourt City, which is largely an urban city, but we are hopefully maybe we will expand to look at rural responses to this. But then I think while we do not want to preempt it, I think the way the structure of social subservience is within the context of our churches, chances are that they may yield the same result, because these pastors are almost deified in the context of what they hold in their minds and how this reflects the everyday social reality of the people around them. But I will expand to cover that.
And this different from woman and man?
Yes, no difference actually.
No.
Because we had females, we have males, as part of our participants. So what we found mostly was not necessarily difference in terms of gender, but the chances that even within, because of the number of characters or words that were required for the submission of the paper, we didn't integrate a few other things. but there is a chance that education may tilt the level with which people respond to their pastors and all of that. But that's a subject that is most likely going to be integrated in the full paper.
Yeah. So, nobody? No. So
where is Edmondo? Edmondo is not talking to me. I need him to talk.
No, I hope, but I think he's in the other group.
Oh my goodness, I wanted him to comment.
Yes, I would like.
Yeah.
But I think he's in another room.
Oh, wow.
And,
okay, that's nice.
The cultural level, it was the same in 3 groups.
Take that again.
The cultural level, they start, all the people have the same scholar level. Non, comment c'est school? Vous parlez français? Non? Je vous pose la question si les gens qui ont fait partie de votre échantillon avaient le même niveau culturel. Non? I try in English.
I can't hear that. No, go ahead. Just speak the English. I can hear the English very well if you just go back.
Se qualcuno mi aiuta a tradurre, io voglio sapere se il livello di istruzione delle persone era più o meno lo stesso.
No, not the Italian, but the English. If you can just speak in English, I will hear.
Okay.
She would like to know about the educational level.
Educational
of the people
level.
that
Okay.
you interviewed.
Okay.
Grazie, Cristina.
Yeah, okay, that's nice. So, because it's an urban environment, they were fairly educated, actually. All 30 participants had a fairly good sense of education. I think about 65% of them, although this is a qualitative study, so about 65% of them were, university graduates. But there's a dimension of the report that has not been integrated yet, because there is a slight chance for a few persons who think that even in Christ Embassy, who think that they are most likely going to use 5G much later. Okay, so education has a significant role to play, just like I said before you asked the question. But then the truth is that you even within the different education layers, you still find people who want to relate to their pastors in terms of the use of technology, or aligning just beyond technology, aligning to their pastors what they feel about society and what they feel about social relations and so on and so forth. In fact, in the previous paper, we had shown that that played out significantly in the COVID discussion, and even in the uptake or use of vaccines.
Thank you. This is important to know. Thank you.
May I ask you if I'm thinking along? I'm thinking based on your presentation that I mean, you said in Nigeria the religious mindset is so strong, right? And the church is really important to people in their everyday lives. Is it almost as if the technology is another god that is, I think you used the word demonic in one of the slides. And it's another god that has to be either eliminated, right, rejected by the people, or kind of used to support then the thinkings of the church and so on, to naturalize them.
Okay. Well, the truth is, there are different dimensions to the argument. If you listen, There are people who follow up their pastors because their pastors believe that have a positive, view about technology. All right, and 5G in particular, not just technology, 5G in particular, because the conspiracy, if you like, perspective is that 5G was linked to COVID. So
Right.
there's a fundamental basis to, if you like, stay away from the use of 5G based on the ideas of the pastors who have pushed the fact that 5G was not good for health and was a major driver of COVID during the peak of the COVID-19. And so that provided a basis for them to see. And then if you had followed the argument, you'll find out that not just the fact that it was linked to COVID, but the fact that there is a demonic set of persons like Bill Gates who wanted to depopulate Africa, mostly. All right. And so that created that space to think that, all right, a cluster of persons are demonic, and then the technology surrounding what they are doing is also demonic. But that is not the general view in the country. If you listen to the presentation. Now, this is a section of people who had aligned their thoughts to what their pastor had pushed. Now, we still have a section of people in Nigeria who received the technology because of the fact that their pastor had also received it. And so you have a two sense of domain of people who are receptive and people who are not so receptive by virtue of the view of their leaders.
Sure.
Lazizi, in your perception, how the pastor would be willing to open a dialogue with scientists or not?
Well, it depends on what the policy space is open to. I think that one of the challenges we have in Nigeria is that the research environment is not fully integrated into other social institutions, and so yes, the pastors will be willing if there is a proper engagement between if you like, research community with them. I think that one of the things that push people to sit on the table to discuss is the ability to engage them in the right if you like, manner. So I think they will, depending on how the engagement is done.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Ok. Thank you. Edmondo è arrivato. Vuole fare una domanda?
Yes. No, sorry, because I was in the other room and I was asking to them to conclude the section so we can meet there, and so we can do the conclusions. So they are finishing in maybe 5 minutes, not more, and we can close then the conference for this year. So we have to wait for 5 minutes. I think that you are discussing, I don't know if only on the paper of Lazizi or
Yes.
Okay, or on the others.
Was very interesting.
Yes, I read the abstract and then the long abstract that is sent, and with the recording I will listen to the speech because I think that the connection. I don't know which questions.
No.
Did you?
Different question, but if you have a question, I think Lusine is happy because
Exactly.
he needs your question.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted him to talk, actually.
No, I was just when I was reading the abstract, I was wondering if I repeat, I don't know if someone asked this, if there's the possibility to see technology from a divine point of view. So if in your research, you or people you interviewed, they looked at technology like something divine from a positive or at the same time a negative perspective. So I don't know if you talked about this,
Yeah.
or
In fact, yeah. No, very correct, actually. In fact, if you the conceptual frame that we finally developed for this clearly captured that, actually, because one of the major message that this research wanted to put forward is the fact that even from the different ideas and actions of the lead pastors, you can have two dimensions of behavior towards technology. One of them positive, the other negative. All right, positive because one of the lead pastors had thought that, okay, look, this is a normal trajectory of scientific discoveries, a 5G outdoing 4G and so on and so forth. And so he had actually, put up a statement over social media trying to debunk the position of the other pastor who was seeing the 5G as evil, as something pushed forward to, as a depopulation agenda. So you have a two polar social group that aligned with their pastor's thoughts. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And I can see Vardui, Erika, and the other group. So we are now all together in the plenary ending section.
Okay.
So I don't know if President D'Amato wants to conclude, or if every one of us, me, Erika, Vardui, wants to say something about the conference of this year.
Well, I am not the first one in the program.
Okay.
I am the third. But, no, I would like have 5 minutes for me, but now it's okay. My conclusion is the future, because what I understand today about your job, our discussion, you approach in different way our idea. I think we are able to project for the next year another good idea with you, because this group was excellent, excellent. And I would like have a link with you and to try have a possibility not only to building a new idea for the next year, but also to try to work together. There are many people from university in this group. When I put when I decided to organize a fairy tales route, I think that we must do something for young people to give them the possibility to think, not only to do. Our educational system in our countries is concerned more what is useful, but not what is important, to have the idea, a way of life, a model, a pattern, values, the possibility to choose, to be everybody free to choose. And also today, from this discussion, I think that we are consapevoli, come si dice, we know that in this world where we live, we are in the mainstream, and I think we are able to choose because we are adult and we are in this and we believe in what we do. But I think we have do something more and more
And to do this, I hope if you are interested to work with us, to organize research together in different countries. We can organize possibility to have money to do together from European, from our government, from your association. I understand that if we try, we arrive to realize our mission. In 3 years, I never prepare European. I never asked the European money before in the university, but it's very easy at university. When it's finished, it's not so easy, but I realized it's not impossible. Now we are working in 2 research projects, and it's easy, finally. And I would like that I need you, but I would like have you as partners. It's very easy to say yes to fairy tales route, and I have not in the south of Italy. I have a little group work with us, but University of Catania, for example, now other university in Italy or Hawaii or everywhere you come from, it will be important to work together and to try in the next coffee break, as we decided today, di look for come si dice un tema, Edmondo, un issue, no, un
Yeah, mission, theme, subject.
Our team, we discuss the good idea together, each one prepare with a cup of tea or coffee, but the idea, and we discuss, we choose, and we organize really another possibility, because European money is each 6 months. Italian government, it's not so much, but is just a little too, and we try to work together for the best risultati. Come si chiamano?
Results.
Results. I am sorry for my English, but I try to tell you how much I would like work with you, okay? Please, Edmondo, Erica.
And Vardui, yes, if Vardui or Erica
please,
wants
Vardui,
to.
I haven't seen you. Okay, Vardui, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, dear participants, dear colleagues, and dear guests, we have guest speakers, if we have guests here right now, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you, to my colleagues, fellow members of the organizing committee, as well as to you, President of EFTR, Dr. Marina D'Amato, for your efforts, for all the collective efforts and support that were crucial in making this event a great success. I do believe that it was really a great success. And as we come to the conclusion of this great conference, I want to take a moment to reflect on all the profound discussions that we have had regarding the intertwining of tales technology. We have explored how technology reshapes our narratives, affecting both our understanding of cultural heritage, our environmental and social issues, and the way we share stories that embody the collective wisdom of nations and eras and different times. Fairy tales, fables, stories, and other forms of literature, as well as ecological and social issues that we've discussed, they transcend age. They speak to both children and adults equally. They carry lessons that can inspire empathy, understanding, connection across generations and continents. Yet, we have to accept that in our today's world, we face a serious reality when the innocence of childhood is often overshadowed by the harshness of political strife. People around the globe are caught in the crossfire of conflicts they do not understand, and their dreams and stories are silenced by circumstances beyond their control. We have seen throughout this conference that stories and cultural heritage play a crucial role in shaping our understanding of the world and sharing experiences. So I think our today's conference was a sign that joint efforts can change the world. Thank you for all your insights and your commitment to making a difference. And together, let's carry these conversations forward, ensuring that tales we tell not only entertain and educate, but they also inspire change when the wisdom of our tales can offer hope and guidance to make our planet a more secure and peaceful place. Thank you once again, and I hope we will continue cooperation with most of you, and we will make our joint efforts to get ready for our next conference next year. So once again, thank you, everybody, and hope to see you again in cooperation of various forms.
Thank you, Verdui. And now?
I don't know if Erika wants to add something.
Yes, I would like to maybe give you a little summary of the main themes that emerged in our group. By the way, I think that the speakers in my group are present, but just on the chat because they did not have the possibility to be visible based on the rules of the links, but I'm sure they are there. So anyway, I think that one main issue that emerged in the discussion was that of the ethical perspective of new technologies. This emerged very clearly in the presentation of the Portuguese university when they talked about the issue of how the growth of artificial intelligence plays out on the climate change. So, which is the narrative behind there are two schools of thought, whether it is going in the direction of helping in solving the climate change problem, or is it consuming more and more energy and bringing a even greater concentration of power. So this is a very major point in terms of ethical dimension of the technological development, which was one of the main points of the call of proposal for this conference. And also in other presentations that discussed about the use of social media in sort of promoting criminal behavior, that also was an issue. So an ethical issue was emerging very clearly in two presentations that analyzed how TikTok is now being used by criminals or sympathizers of criminals in promoting mafia-like behavior and values. So again, the ethical dimension was key in our panel. And then we also, as Verdui was expressing, talked about the power of storytelling, which is unchanged throughout centuries and millennia. It changes the form, but not the power of storytelling itself. And we also dealt with the issue of the gender dimension of storytelling and the issue of gender stereotypes within fairy tales. How this impacts on the choices and behaviors of girls and boys, and especially in one presentation it was about the possibility, how this influences the likeliness that girls will choose a STEM career or not. So also in terms of future themes and subjects for next conferences, these could be like maybe 2 points of attention. And I just would like to add that it was a very lively session with lots of questions, and I did learn a lot. So it was a very precious moment for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Erika.
So I'm the last one, and I just want to thank you all because I think that this year the conference was very rich, very interesting, and very wide as perspectives. And I just want to add that European Fairy Tales with President Marina D'Amato is European route that is promote imagination as a source of innovation, as a source of essential elements of our subjective and our social experience. I think that European fairy tale roots can be a community and could be a point of intersection between cultures, between societies and human beings. And maybe we can and we can talk about the responsibility of imagination. In every section, I think that one of the most leading themes was ethic. So the responsibility of imagination could be an ethical tool, an ethical commitment that orients everyday life towards understanding and respecting other human beings and, as we said in our section, non-human entities. So we can build, so we can construct, so we can create a richer and more complex society. So thank you to you all.
It's difficult to leave you today. We are tired, but I am happy. So now I thank you, everybody, and Edmondo Grassi, who organized our meeting, not only today, but he accepted your paper, he discussed with himself and me your paper, and now we promise to have next time a book, and we write to you, but I hope you became a friend of Via Europea della Fiaba, okay? So thank you very much.
Patrick too, so.
Yes, thank you to everybody.
Very much.
Thank you so much.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Ciao.
Thank you, bye.
Ciao. It
Ciao,
was a pleasure.
grazie.
A pleasure. Davvero grazie a tutti. È stato un piacere per me profondo. Grazie.
Anche per noi, grazie.